A very warm welcome to all of you to the second annual day of Indian Academics and Researchers in Finland and Estonia, IARFE 2021 event organized by the Embassy of India to Finland and Estonia. IARFE is a forum of Indian scholars in Finland and Estonia with the purpose to facilitate interactions and peer support, to create an environment for multidisciplinary research, and to develop collaborative research ideas focusing on solving societal problems. IARFE has an executive committee and several working groups focusing on communications, coordination, funding and outreaching, web portal, scientific events, women in STEM, and industry and academia alliances. We also have a LinkedIn group where we normally share news, latest updates, open researcher positions in Finland and Estonia, funding proposal calls, etc. You may consider joining our group for networking. This year's event will be focusing on important and practical topics related to environmental sciences, sharing scientific research and best practices in Finland, Estonia, and India on pollution prevention and remediation, sustainability, and circular economy. These technical sessions will be led by eminent scholars from Finland, Estonia, and India. The structure of today's program is the first 1 hour we will devote for inauguration, and the session will be inaugurated by Ambassador of India to Finland and Estonia, followed by talks from official representatives from Estonia and Indian governments. And we have guest of honor speech from Ms. Annika Saarikko, Minister of Science and Culture, Finland. And after this inauguration session, we will have half an hour break for coffee or tea. And after half an hour, we will reconvene and our technical sessions will kick off. The first session is focusing on pollution prevention and remediation. And this session will be moderated by Professor Amit Bhatnagar, Lappeenranta University of Technology, Finland. After the session, we will have lunch break. And during the lunch break also, we have the possibility of networking. And then we will reconvene again for session 2, which is focus sustainability. And this session will be moderated by Dr. John Kettle, Director for Customer Solutions and International Relationships, Luke Natural Resources Institute of Finland. And after this session 2, we will have again half an hour coffee break and again a great opportunity to network with the Indian, Finland and Estonian researchers. And then we will have a final session on circular economy. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Karthik Sindhya, Senior Artificial Intelligence Scientist, Silo AI, Finland. And then after this session, finally, we will have concluding remarks by Dr. Sarang Thombre, Research Group Manager, National Land Survey of Finland. So this is the structure of our program today. And now I am elated to introduce Ambassador of India to Finland and Estonia, Mr. Ravish Kumar, and the floor is yours.
Of Science and Culture in the Government of Finland, our valued guest of honor for the day, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Mr. Mart Ledmets, Secretary General of the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research. Thank you for your support. Moderators and panelists, members of IARFE, researchers and academicians who have joined this session from the 3 countries and also from outside. Friends, greetings of the day. I join Vidya in welcoming you all to this second IARFE day. And today, as we all gather in this virtual session, I think we do wonder what difference a year has made in our lives. I doubt when we had this, the inaugural session in February last year, we ever imagined the scale of disruption and dislocation which we are witnessing today. We are all doing our bit to support India in these tough times. Let us remember that all nations have gone through this. At some point of time, we are indeed very grateful to Finland for the support which they have extended to us during this time. It is said that all things big, they start small. IARFE too started small. It still remains small, but with a very strong potential. I understand that it started with an informal discussion between academicians and researchers based in Finland. I was not there at that time, my predecessor was here. And there was a desire to create a meaningful platform to interact, where they can network with each other, learn from each other's experience, and explore cross connections, where the domain experts and professionals can identify synergies and modalities of cooperation, where they can build bridges and make connections happen. So for an estimated 400 to 500 Indian doctorate and postdoctorate researchers in Finland and Estonia, working in research entities and as senior faculty in universities, this is indeed a very unique platform. As Vidya mentioned, the IARFE LinkedIn group has gone from strength to strength. At the last event in February 2020, there were 197 people who had joined. Now the number is 297 as of today. I feel that IARFE is well placed to complement our bilateral cooperation and promote connections at the people-to-people level, which is very important and crucial for the success of any cooperation. In my interactions, and when I have been to different countries in the past on postings, there has been always a wish by the researchers and academicians, how can they connect to India and how can they contribute? And this desire has been fulfilled to a great extent with the global summit of Indian overseas researchers and academicians, Vaishvik Bharatiya Vaigyanik, Vaibhav Summit, which some of you attended, organized in October-November 2020. The summit deliberated on 18 broad verticals and several sub-verticals over a period of 2 months. In fact, the theme of today's discussion, environmental science, was one of the verticals. The summit actually identified the challenges and came up with a roadmap to address some of the challenges in this field. Subsequently, Prabhas Platform was launched, which broadly encompasses the outcomes of Vaibhav. And the portal invites and encourages Indian diaspora to come forward and join hands to help solve societal challenges. And this is one platform through which the Indian diaspora in these domains, they can actually connect to India. Now, for us, the question is, where do we pitch IARFE in the changed ecosystem? Let us remember that IARFE goes beyond the talent pool of Indian diaspora. It also aims to utilize the innovation landscape in Finland and Estonia. Keeping this in mind, I have a few suggestions, on how we can go forward. First, I think we need to broadly align the group to the verticals which have been identified by Prabhas, and also to identify the verticals where Finland and Estonia enjoy competitive advantage. We also have to keep in mind the skill sets which are enjoyed by academicians and researchers in Finland and Estonia. I mean, if we take all the three things together, perhaps we can come up with a set of verticals on which we can work on. Second, IARFE can pick up the threads for possible collaboration, focusing on its own strength to address challenges which have been recognized and solved in this part of the world long time ago. And this also, of course, includes societal problems that are common to both countries, but now in some parts of the world, they already have been addressed. Third, take a lead in establishing contact with the Finnish and Estonian Institutes of Excellence and higher learning to work on the identified subjects of collaboration. And also at the same time, and this is something which is very critical, at the same time also make an effort to connect to the Finnish and Estonian researchers. And through this medium and through this platform, that is precisely what we are trying to do. Fourth, establish contact with identified champion institutes in India for a possible synergy and a discussion. For example, for today's theme, 6 institutes have been identified. There are 3 IITs and 3 CSIRs. And I'm sure, if necessary, the Department of Science and Technology in India can help us in making this connect. Fifth, look at the possibility of collaboration between the identified champion institutes on one hand and the Finnish and Estonian Institutes of Excellence, which have been identified by Iarfe on the other. And it will benefit all the 3 countries. There is already an existing framework for cooperation between the IITs and Finnish universities. There are active collaborations going on. We also have an ongoing cooperation with Estonia in cybersecurity and e-governance. This body can supplement this process. Globally, India is known as an IT superpower. There is a large pool of academics and researchers, academicians and researchers working in universities and research institutions across the world. It is not surprising, therefore, that there are almost 6,400 researchers from 47 countries who are now connected on the Prabhas Platform from all fields and subjects. We can leverage IARFE network for a closer bilateral science and technology engagement between India on the one hand, with Finland and also with Estonia. Before I end, my sincere thanks and appreciation to the core team of IARFE and to Vidya and the working group of Tarang, Vinay, Anuj for their efforts in organizing the event today. My appreciation also to my team, Mridul, who is part of the marketing team and who has been supported by Saurabh and Una. They have been working on this for the last several weeks now to put this event together. We hope that today's event will open doors for more dialogue and collaboration. I wish you all a very productive session and a productive day. Thank you.
It is my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Mart Leidmetz, Secretary General of the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research, Government of Estonia.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the Ambassador of India to Finland and Estonia, His Excellency Mr. Ravish Kumar, for a kind invitation to attend today's seminar. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to meet you, despite the virtual format. I do hope that soon we will meet in person as well. Today's seminar is addressing an essential field, research and innovation. I'm sure you all agree that research and innovation are the key drivers for sustainable growth and competitiveness. We can achieve sustainable solutions to global challenges only through cooperation and coordination between all policy areas, including research and innovation and industrial policies. It is equally important to link research and innovation better to our policies. We need a broad political commitment to applying research and innovation in achieving sectoral goals. The synergies between sectoral policies and different policy levels help create and promote responsibility and ownership of those involved. If we want to advance in conquering societal challenges, we cannot waste our time and energy by competing with each other. Instead, we need to join forces and support the uptake of research results and their scalability across the sectors and disciplines. A robust and integrated policy planning helps to avoid isolated silos and to reduce unnecessary duplication. We can ensure better coherence by promoting research and innovation-led mentality in designing sectoral policies and emphasizing the long-term and widespread positive impact of research-based development. We brought in our new strategy of research, development, innovation, and entrepreneurship policies under the same roof for facilitating this research and innovation-led mentality. As with all designs, the key to success lies in solid cooperation partners. And we were known we need to create some. So for developing and raising the research and innovation competencies in our ministries and among our stakeholders, we launched a network of research and innovation advisors. This process took a couple of years. Today, we are confident that our partners use research policy measures to support sectoral competencies and introduce research and innovation-led mindset in all ministries and professional associations. As a result of this cooperation, our national research, development, innovation, and entrepreneurship strategy for 21 to 35, aside from providing horizontal support for research and capacity and entrepreneurship, focuses on knowledge transfer and its mechanisms. Still, cooperation alone cannot bring us only so far. The achievement of desired results and impact also needs the sustainable and consistent funding of research and innovation. I'm glad to note that a year ago, Estonia reached the political agreement to raise the public research and development funding to 1% of GDP. This agreement itself demonstrates that ownership and commitment have risen and sends to society and the researchers a strong message that research and innovation are valued. Dear friends, during the COVID crisis, we learned much how the coping strategies depend on the researchers. We have formed an ad hoc COVID-related scientific advisory board for the government as soon as the crisis kicked off. The board involves virologists, mathematicians, behavioral scientists, and many more. The full palette needed to advise government decisions during the crisis. The advisory board has proven to be very effective by providing weekly, immediate, up-to-date input for the government. Now we have to find a way to ensure a smooth exit from this extensive dependence on scientists and researchers. The challenge in recovering our economies is finding a proper balance of boosting long-term research and innovation-based structural changes in the economy and aiming for short-term recovery targets to restore the employment and investments on their initial levels. I agree the situation is somewhat conflicting. As we know, research needs time for planning and time for conducting and prototyping and testing. It is vital to keep on building back better and not restoring and preserving the current businesses and business models. In this respect, we are looking forward to exchanging experience on inspiring initiatives on how to recover with the help of research and innovation. With this, I would like to emphasize once again the importance of working together. In these trying times, we all are in better position when we support our researchers and students in the best way possible by being open to international cooperation. I encourage the readiness to share the best practices as well as the obstacles we have faced throughout the crisis. I wish you fruitful discussions and a motivating seminar. Thank you.
We are very grateful to have Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, joining us live. Thank you very much, Professor Sharma, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to thank the Embassy of India in Finland and Estonia for organizing this very useful and very important function in which researchers from Finland, Estonia, and India are participating together. And of course, my thanks to Dr. Vidya also for organizing the function. And we are indeed very delighted to have Excellency Annika Saarikko, Finnish Minister of Science and Culture, with us today as well. And everybody else who has joined us, the researchers, the people who would present their research and collaborative opportunities in the afternoon. Indeed, I have gathered that IARFE, which is Indian academics and researchers in Finland and Estonia, are doing a splendid job in organizing this webinar and also sharing a lot of scientific research and networking among the scientists. IARFE is rather a tongue twister, so I was thinking that you maybe think about calling it in Eka or something like that, so it's just, you don't have to roll your tongue to speak the name. Indeed, the entire world has been going through COVID times. These are times of challenges and opportunities. And India, just to give you an idea about how fast we actually ramped up on the solutions for COVID-19. Just a year ago, India did not manufacture, did not design ventilators, PPEs, N95 masks, diagnostics of all kinds, and certainly not vaccines. All of this happened very fast. It happened within a period of 3 to 4 months that one evolved the best of designs, the best of global designs for ventilators, even incorporating the new elements like machine learning and so on. And in fact, then they were able to manufacture it with the speed so it could even be exported until the second wave hit us. Rather little bit unprepared, I have to say. But the whole point is that this could happen with the scale and speed that was required in the pandemic. It happened because of the triple helix, the 3 strands coming together. And these, as we know, is the industry and startups, the academia and R&D labs, and the government. So it was a common shared purpose together with some of our international partners, and that the importance of international collaboration in this area becomes increasingly more apparent and more significant as the things kind of settle down and that people are not really, a whole lot of people are no longer in the middle of the crisis. It gives opportunity to focus on our international cooperations. And this is indeed one of these events in that series which should be very significant. I am also delighted, as I said, I'm very thankful that Ambassador Ravish Kumar and his team, even in this difficult time, has created a digital platform to create a network of Indian, Finnish, Estonian researchers to share our scientific research and best practices in the area of environmental sciences and to explore the possibility of cooperation in the areas of green economy and sustainable development. Indeed, if we were to look at the future horizon of science and technology and indeed the societal challenges, Even after COVID-19 has disappeared from the margins of history books, these overarching challenges will remain with us. These are about sustainable development, it's about environment, it's about climate change, it's about the use of our resources, it's about circular economy, together with some new challenges. For example, the rise of intelligent machines, and in terms of healthcare, the rise of antimicrobial resistance, the green energy, water, and so on. Um, of course, I'm happy to note that India and Finland have very strong bonding in science, technology, and innovation, which is within the framework of Science and Technology Agreement between the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, both from the Government of India and the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment of Finland, along with Business Finland and Academy of Finland, have been successfully collaborating in several areas for over a decade. And to note the presence of Excellency Minister for Science, Technology and Culture of Finland, we could bring in greater partnership and more resources on the table for this partnership. The STI collaboration between India and Finland is an attempt to stimulate innovative R&D projects that address a specific need to challenge, demonstrate high industrial relevance and commercial potential, and aim to deliver benefit to all participants and more broadly to both the nations. In this technology agreement with Estonia was signed, I note, in 1999. While presently we may not have too many active components to this relation, there are certainly lots of potential out there to scale up this relation. And let me just count one or two of those areas. Estonia is becoming the most advanced digital society and e-state. The whole population is seamlessly integrated using ICT in almost every aspect of life, while pushing the limits to health, technologies, and resources. Today, 99% of Estonian public services are online, I understand, 24 by 7. Initiatives such as e-identity, e-tax, e-school, e-voting, e-health are some of the examples. And India is working similarly in empowering our society with digital tools. It is happening in many, many areas. Just in terms of high technology, let me just count three areas that we have started recently. There's a major program that we started last year on cyber physical systems. This is worth about $500 million US, or in terms of purchase power parity, about $1.5 billion US. Is setting up 25 hubs related to machine learning, artificial intelligence, Industry 4.0, robotics, Internet of Things, big data analytics, use of all of that in health, in agriculture, in transport, energy, all of those things. There is a huge opportunity for us to collaborate in these areas, working together both with Finland and Estonia. The second significant program coming up is on quantum technologies and applications, worth about $1 billion US in India. And that would set up stuff about quantum computing, quantum communication, quantum devices, and so on, quantum sensors. Again, another very good cutting edge opportunity to bring in all our resources and co-develop technologies, co-develop quality science, co-develop relevant science. And the third large mission going on now for last 4 years is making and establishing petaflop range 50 supercomputers across the nation, which are networked. One of these supercomputers, which has been established this year, is now number 62 in the world in terms of the speed. So it's scaling up very fast, new opportunities, also in clean energy, in methanol economy, and so on, in electric mobility, and in the field of space exploration. India is among the topmost countries in the field of scientific research, of course, certainly in space exploration, but I may also point out that India was number three in terms of number of scientific publications in the world last couple of years. So there are very deep foundations for science and technology in the country. It's also improving its global innovation index for the fourth year running. It's amazing that the global ranking went up by more than 30 places in the last 6 years. India is now among the top 50 in innovation index and moving up very rapidly indeed. Uh, just to point out that India is also number three in the number of startups or technology startups in the world, and that sector is also scaling up very fast. Um, just past 5 years, my Department of Science and Technology supported about 140 technology incubators, which incubate about 3,500 technology startups, which have already created um, new wealth of about 4 billion US dollars, just last year analysis that we did, and created direct jobs, about 80,000 new jobs. So this is happening very aggressively, and I'm so glad that we are connecting in this innovation, not just in basic scientific research, but also in innovation with Finland, and I very much look forward to do the same with Estonia. India, of course, closer to the subject of this webinar, we are also aggressively pursuing climate change programs and indeed anything related to environment and sustainable development. To give you an example, there are 8 national missions that are ongoing on related to climate change alone. Two of them are led by my department. The one on Himalayan ecosystem and strategic knowledge on climate change would be of interest to many of the participants here. Himalayan ecosystem, Himalayas is the third pole. It has significance not only for climate in India, but has a global footprint on climate. There are about 200 projects supported by Department of Science and Technology under these two missions, with several centers of excellence and more than 30 major R&D programs, which are network programs. And it would be great to connect these centers of excellence and the big projects with the researchers that have same interest in Finland. The areas cover climate modeling, glaciology, water source issues, a network program on aerosols, and very many other related things. Um, India is also has ambitious plans for renewable energy, which is such a significant part of climate change, of environment. Um, India's targeted reduction on emission intensity of GDP is about 25% by 2020 and 35% by 2030. In fact, actual achievements even higher are planned. As an example, for renewable energy, the target is 170 gigawatts by 2022, and in fact, scaling up to 450 gigawatts by 2030. What that also means is that it's a huge opportunity to undertake research in energy storage and in smart grids and grid stability, because to do renewables at such an ambitious scale requires that we ought to be able to have backup for this energy, to store it, to have stability for the grid. There are ambitious renewable energy programs, energy waste to energy program, and missions on electric vehicles and electric storage. India is also one of the leading partners of Mission Innovation, which is a 40-country network related to clean energy, and including a big thrust on solar energy, for example. Um, to explore new avenues for joint science, technology, and innovation collaboration with Finland, an Indo-Finnish working group on sustainability was created with participation of experts and policymakers on both sides. First meeting of the working group was held on 26th October 2020, in which experts and officials on two sides brainstormed and identified such areas as air pollution, solid waste disposal, biodiversity, ozone, urban, non-urban, several issues for future collaboration between our two countries. As was pointed out by Ambassador Ravish Kumar, last year in October, Vaibhav summit was held in which very intense discussions with scientists of Indian origin in several parts of the world were held, and that there was a connect between the diaspora and their counterparts working in India. Um, 18 verticals have been identified, and I would welcome further engagement within this network. There is a portal which suggests how the collaboration could be established. India has bilateral scientific cooperation with most of the countries, of course, including Finland and Estonia. There are over 80 MOUs in science and technology with as many countries in which we undertake very significant scientific research. And this scientific research is now evolving also into technology development research, and in particular also related to industrial cooperation in developing, co-developing technologies and co-marketing them. So very many new potential avenues are opening up that we should explore. There are also multilateral platforms, for example, EU and International Solar Alliance, the Mission Innovation, etc., where we could cooperate. Um, India also offers many programs like Vajra, SPARC, GYAN, and so on for overseas scientists to visit us and to work here and to have sustainable collaborations. Um, we would send you more information about that as well as opportunities for collaboration in India, scientific collaborations, as well as opportunities for diaspora in India, those who wish to contribute from abroad, as well as those who wish to come back and then contribute from here. The IAR-FE network could consider developing some interdisciplinary initiatives in order to address the global challenges of water, climate change, life science, especially pandemic-related innovation. I may urge all stakeholders to pool their instruments together to do that. Usually the problems that we want to address and solve, they are not problems of a single discipline. They are not just problems of chemistry, physics, biology, what have you, or chemical engineering, mechanical engineering. They require multidisciplinary approaches of people coming together spontaneously, owning up the problem and finding solutions for it. Our diaspora could also bring value by leveraging cooperation in these other domains of supercomputing, quantum technologies, climate change, mitigation and adaptation, digital systems, cyber physical systems, artificial intelligence, so on, climate system and modeling, electric mobility, future manufacturing, to name a few areas. I conclude by saying that I expect participants to identify potential projects for joint research collaboration and development of innovative technology products in socially relevant areas for sustainable growth, both in Finland, Estonia, and India. I wish a very fruitful brainstorming, exchange of information in the webinar that would follow in the afternoon. And I want to thank again the Embassy of India in Finland and Estonia for holding this very valuable program indeed. Thank you. Have a great day.
It was very nice to hear all your thoughts regarding how we can enhance the bilateral cooperation between Finland and India and also with Estonia. And we do take seriously your suggestion about changing our acronym and to more easily pronounceable name. And since I have a great opportunity to discuss with you, I would like to ask your opinion about how can we enhance the bilateral cooperation between Finland and India, as you have mentioned that there are several programs like GNAN, Vajra, and Spark to visit to the Indian research institutes or universities. But previously, there used to be even more opportunities for Indian researchers to visit Finland, for example, CIMO fellowship or for the shorter research visits and so on. So I would like to hear your thoughts. How can we strengthen these cooperations and how can IARFE can be bridging the gap between these cooperations?
Yes, you should indeed take the gospel. So there are several dimensions to what we are discussing, and we would not be able to discuss all of them in detail here. But just to tell you that, so you should take the gospel of what is happening in India, the rapid progress that's being made, and the opportunities which are there. Now look at India. I gave some statistics, India being number 3 in scientific publications, number 3 in number of startups, huge markets, demographic dividend, a very deep strengths in R&D and the R&D institutions and design. In fact, almost any multinational company into design their products in India. Their second or third largest offshore workplace would actually be in India, whether Bangalore or Mumbai or what have you, which simply means that you have very large number of talented pool of young people which are working here. So you should spread the strengths of India as well as the opportunities which are there, and reverse coming from Finland and Estonia. You should make us more aware of the opportunities and the potential out there. Now, this cooperation has to develop on several tracks. Like I said, if we bring in more ministries from both sides, that enlarges the scope of what we can do. For example, so I'm not very sure that we have right now cooperation with the Ministry of Science and Culture in Finland. If we were to come on board, that would produce more exchange, would produce more opportunities. In fact, culture and science are so closely related. We, in fact, have a huge program in science for heritage. So let's look at new avenues, not just be worked up with the old ways of doing business, which is chemistry, physics, what have you, right? Let's look at exciting problem, challenging problem, relevant problems, problems that would impact both of our societies and mobilize these young people, energetic people who are now ready to roll their sleeves and rock and roll. And the new avenues which open up here are also in innovation. We want our startups, for example, to work together, to have soft lending. So Indian startups could, do business in Finland, and Finnish startups are very welcome here to explore the market. So let us think creatively. Let us think new ways of coming together. And like I said, while there is our international division here is always ready to help any information that you might need. We'll get it over to you very quickly. Any people that you want to reach out, saying, look, who is working in this particular area? Can we connect with them? We will provide all that information, right? But you are the ambassadors of India in Finland. So let us connect strongly in terms of information, in terms of resources, in terms of bringing in more on the plate here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. That is very encouraging and energizing. So we will definitely reach out to the DST and make some strong connections to see how we can enhance the bilateral cooperations and also explore new avenues. As I said, science for heritage. That sounds really interesting, rather than the regular traditional ways of going for basic research or applied research or even the digitalization. And we will definitely explore these new avenues, and that is exactly what the purpose of IARFE. Thank you very much once again for your valuable time. And now it is my great honor to introduce Ms. Annika Saarikko, Minister of Science and Culture, Finland, who will be joining us as a guest of honor.
Dear participants, It is my great pleasure and honor to send my greetings from the Ministry of Education and Culture of Finland to Indian students, researchers and experts living in Finland. I'm very happy to know that we have such an active and highly educated and skilled Indian community in our country. We all know how much our biggest companies like Nokia have benefited from the involvement of Indian experts and how trusted and valued members Indian talents have been in our innovation ecosystem. Equally happy I am to note that Finland and India have long-standing and excellent ties, highlighted by the fact that this year we are celebrating the 72nd anniversary of diplomatic relations between our countries. The most recent indication of the warm relationship between our countries was the virtual meeting of the Prime Ministers Sanna Marin and Narendra Modi on March 16th. I've learned that this meeting was very widely reported and highlighted in Indian news media. Particularly happy I was to note how strongly the key sectors of my own ministry, namely education and science, were represented in the dialogue between the premiers. In the future, Finland and India will be investing in joint research and development and will jointly be finding solutions to global challenges. And what could be a better way to tackle the future challenges than to promote quality education and research and to focus on decisive future technologies like 6G, artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and was pinpointed on our premiers. We also jointly working on clean energy and sustainability. We aim at fostering ways to value management and seeking ways to co-create clean water and clean air research and technologies. This all means that cooperation between Finnish and Indian universities and companies is starting to flourish, creating a plenty of new career and project opportunities for researchers and experts in both countries. Ladies and gentlemen, India and Finland have always enjoyed warm and long-standing bilateral relations. While India is one of the top 5 trade partners for Finland in South and Southeast Asia, Finland's ranking has been consistently progressing amongst India's EU trade partners. To support this work, we have a strong Team Finland presence in India, which includes the Embassy, Business Finland, Finland Chamber of Commerce in India, and our honorary consuls. India and Finland have strengthened their relationship in the last decade with the annual bilateral trade of goods and services between the two countries crossing 2.1 billion euros. Despite of this positive trend, our trade figures are clearly below the potential. In the beginning of the millennium, there were around 30 Finnish companies operating in the country, whereas today over 120 Finnish companies have operations in India, having set up manufacturing facilities, service centers, research and development centers, sales and marketing offices, generating employment in India. However, these figures are very modest compared to corresponding figures in our trade, for example, with China. Many of the top Finnish enterprises are operating in India, including Nokia, Kone, Huhtamäki, Metso, Outotec, Wärtsilä, Cargotec, Konecranes, Fortum, and many more. So several large Indian companies such as TCS, Infosys, Vibro, Motherson, Sumi Systems, and Mahindra have invested in active operations in Finland to the tune of more than $1 billion. Knowledge transfer between companies and universities is a key factor in innovation and economic success. There is strong collaboration between Finnish industries, research institutes, universities, and the government, with a proven track record of delivering new technologies and innovative design. Finland is also a trusted research and development location and offers an excellent R&D and testing environment for new products, production methods, processes, or technologies. Indian companies can take advantage of a competent and experienced workforce, Finnish innovation capabilities, and a world-class R&D and startup ecosystem by investing and setting up their businesses in Finland. Key sectors that provide significant advantage to foreign investors are ICT, where Finland is known for its IA, cybersecurity, quantum computing, gaming, connected mobility, and wireless connectivity capabilities. Finnish companies have always been at the global forefront in clean technologies, amongst other focusing on a biocircular economy, including renewable energy. And Finland has very ambitious climate targets. By 2030, we are committed to increase the share of renewable energy above 50%. Finland aims at being the world's first fossil-free welfare state and carbon neutral by 2035. Dear participants, digitalization is one of the major trends changing the society and business. Rapid technological advances, international competition, and climate change are challenging the world in a new way. However, digitalization also provides us with tools and solutions for tackling these new challenges. The current Finnish government program, which was launched in 2019, has outlined a socially, economically, and ecologically sustainable society as our priority. We are all looking at the possibilities that artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies and digital platforms can provide for businesses and for the well-being of our citizens. There is increasing market potential for circular and climate-friendly solutions based on digital technologies, and particularly better utilization of data. We have to aim at building a human-centric data economy. We need to respond to the digital transformation in a fair and just way that enhances citizens' trust in digital solutions, data security, and responsible handling of data. Promoting digital skills among the whole population, also the elderly, is of utmost importance to ensure extensive use of digital technologies. Both in Finland and India, innovation plays an important role as an engine for renewal and productivity. The Finnish innovation policy wants to create an environment that encourages enterprises to develop innovations, renewal, and international growth. We have a target of increasing Finland's expenditure to GDP ratio for research, development, and innovation to 4% by 2030. Our government wants to ensure that Finland is the best innovation and business environment for companies seeking to develop innovative products, services, and solutions. Promoting ecosystem that will boost the competitive strength of companies and all stakeholders is essential for enhancing innovations. Ecosystems also play an increasingly important role in innovations and value creation in platform economy. Therefore, we need data-intensive and strategically managed platforms and ecosystems in various individual business sectors, but increasingly also those that operate across sectors. Dear attendees, we live in an interconnected world where isolation and protectionism are not the way to solve the challenges around us. We need more international collaboration and co-creation to develop better solutions for the future. We need our international community to meet this challenge. And I'm proud and happy that we have such a vibrant community of Indian students and experts in our country. I sincerely hope that you all could stay here and find your way to contribute to the global good, as well as keep yourselves and your closest ones safe and happy. Finland has an aging population. And we need your expertise and skills to meet the challenges and competition that we are facing in the global scheme. You can also be enriched in connecting your cultural understanding to Finnish expertise in order to create something new and exciting, maybe not only to Finland, but also to Indian and global markets. The government has well recognized the challenges of foreign students in finding job opportunities in Finland. In fact, a national working group has been set to seek solutions to improve future possibilities of students and experts living in Finland. Our higher education institutes are already relatively international, and the research community operates fully in English. But we need more multinational culture in our smaller companies as well. Let me also remind you that Finland is an attractive place to do business and has been ranked as the 7th best business environment globally. The booming startup ecosystem has access to funding and services that can boost the initial steps of growth and ensure successful exit. Finland has the biggest number of digital startups per capita in the world. Every year, the startup world gathers at Slush here in Finland. Slush is the second largest startup event in the world and the event to discover and meet the Nordic technology scheme. Finland has the second most skilled workforce in the world, according to the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Report. Finland's workforce is well educated and known for its high level of productivity and commitment. This is a helpful fact for those who are seeking for skilled employees for their businesses. Moreover, in international comparison, Finland's labor costs are competitive in relation to the employer's level of education and experience, and thus to the quality and quantity of output. Finland provides many opportunities for foreign investors and for those who are planning to establish businesses here. There is professional guidance provided by Business Finland and regional development agencies to find suitable new opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, 2021 is a year of strengthening Finland-India cooperation in education and research. Before summer, we will organize a high-level dialogue on education between Finland and India, focusing on higher education as well as the earlier school years. 2 global pilots related to India are funded by my ministry. One to support collaboration between Finnish universities and the IIT network, and the other to jointly develop future-relevant and inclusive learning solutions to the needs of young generations. We see enormous further potential for cooperation in digitalization and sustainable growth, and for increasing even closer people-to-people links. You are the key experts in creating new opportunities between Finland and India. I wish you all the best success in your career development in Finland.
Thank you, Ms. Sarikko. That's the end of our inaugural session, and I once again thank very much Ambassador of India to Finland and Estonia, Mr. Ravish Kumar, Mr. Mart Leidmans from Estonian government, Professor Ashutosh Sharma from Indian government, and Ms. Annika Sarikko, Minister of Science and Culture, and our guest of honor. The first session is about pollution prevention and remediation, moderated by Professor Amit Bhatnagar, Lappeenranta University of Technology, Finland. Professor Bhatnagar, over to you.
Thank you, Vidya. And good morning, everyone. I am Amit Bhatnagar, as Vidya also mentioned, and I am Professor of Water Treatment at Lappeenranta University of Technology, or LUT University, Finland. So let's first start with our first speaker. And our first speaker for this session is Dr. Alexander Razny Chenko, who is the researcher and research team leader of Industrial Synthesis and Catalysis Group at VTT, Finland. He has a PhD degree from Rutgers University, USA, which focused on research, development, and scale-up of industrial polymerization catalyst. At VTT, he is leading the team developing novel catalytic pathways to convert biomass and waste into low-carbon chemicals, polymers, and fuels. His main research interests are catalysis for biomass upgrading and carbon dioxide chemistry. The floor is yours now, Dr. Alexander.
Thank you very much, Professor Bhatnagar, for your very kind words of introduction. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer of these fantastic events for having me. So I'm really excited to have some time to tell you about VTT and our approach towards low carbon chains as an ultimate way to prevent carbon pollution. Can we go to the next slide, please? Excellent. So I'm going to be giving you a very brief introduction about VTT as an organization and what we do and what are our strategic goals and priorities as an organization. Then I'm going to jump right into our research or some snapshots of our research in the topics of low carbon value chain, VTT's approach to the concept of carbon reuse economy, and the concept of power to X. I'm going to talk a little bit about the role of biomass and the possibilities of upgrading sustainable biomass to fuels and chemicals, and then quickly summarize. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you very much. So for those of you who have not had a chance to learn about VTT, we've got a couple of VTT colleagues in this event, so feel free to ask more questions. But long story short, we are the largest technical research institution in Finland. We are about 2,000 employees strong, and most of them are research scientists or research engineers. We are operating as a non-profit government institution, which is partially funded by the Finnish government, and then the rest of the operating revenue, more than 70%, comes from jointly funded projects and publicly funded projects, as well as direct customer projects together with industries. So VTT has been very active in many cross industrial topics related to most relevant sectors of Finnish industry. That has been the start of the organizations, but as time goes on, we are becoming increasingly more international, which can be seen both from the fact that we have more and more international employees inside VTT, and also by the fact that more or about half of our operating income and turnover is coming from the collaborations with outside Finland. VTT is having a very strong footprint in multiple Finnish innovations. So we are active in creating and providing intellectual property together with our industrial partners across different value chains. And when it comes to the strategic priorities, so what are we going to do with this large organization at 2,000 people? What are the focuses for our research and development activities? VTT has recently renewed our strategic vision, and in the next slide, I'm going to show you some of our selected challenges, what we've decided to tackle on as a highest priority. And for me, personally, as a chemist/chemical engineer background, it is really fantastic to work in the organization whose number one strategic priority is to address the systemic breakthroughs towards carbon neutrality. We've heard earlier today about ambitious climate and pollution goals for Finland and for the rest of the world, and we can see as an organization that to reach those extremely ambitious goals, cross-sector collaborations, including research and technology organizations like VTT, industrial parties, as well as government organization, is definitely necessary. We at VTT see carbon neutrality as the highest priority systemic breakthroughs towards a lot of our activities are targeted. But of course, as a global and big European RTO, research and technology organizations, we are also looking at many other important systemic breakthroughs, such as societal resilience, productivity leap from resources. We are working on particular, more focused technical challenges, such as a leap in quantum computing and quantum technologies, advanced superperforming materials, digitalizations, and synthetic biology. So all in all, there's quite a variety of exciting topics, but due to the limited time, I've decided to talk about VTT's approach towards low carbon chains and something what we are tackling in our research area, industrial chemistry. So in the next slide, there is a quick snapshot on what we do in the industrial chemistry subunit at VTT. So we are about 120 people strong organizations who is working across several locations in Helsinki, Espoo, Tampere, Jyväskylä, and so on. We are working on the main topics of chemical and polymer synthesis. We work on upgrading biomass towards sustainable fuels and chemicals. We are very active in our research towards power-to-X CO2 utilizations for chemicals and fuels, actively working on chemical and mechanical plastic recycling as well as battery recycling. So all in all, our topics cover most of the aspects related to the non-fossil value chains as a main contributor to our first strategic challenge of reaching carbon neutrality. The VTT, the difference between VTT and maybe some of the more academic institutions is that we are an applied research organization. So we try to make sure that most of the topics what we are advancing in our laboratory and bench scale research can then, together with our industrial partners, be scaled up to a reasonable pilot scale. Therefore, we are having 3 different pilot plants focusing on thermochemical, chemical, and plastic processing technologies. Most of the things what we start in our labs end up at one of those pilots. In addition, VTT's approach has been to use mobile demonstration scale units, which can be then taken to our customer site and used for an industrial scale demonstrations. I'm going to show you some of those examples in the forthcoming slides. Next slide, please. So, carbon reuse economy is a term we use at VTT as to describe our holistic view towards addressing the global carbon pollution issues. Obviously, this is quite a big and systemic challenges, and multiple elements of the equations are to be taken into the account. When looking into closing the CO2 loops, we need to consider existing asset base producing and emitting CO2, possibilities to use carbon capture and utilization technologies, the growing availability of low carbon electricity and low carbon renewable hydrogen, as well as the role of biomass as both carbon sink, but also a source of a low carbon intermediates, chemicals and fuels. Direct and indirect electrification is also playing a major role in our possibilities to close the loop with carbon dioxide in a foreseeable future. From our chemistry standpoint, we try to tackle it by looking at some specific aspects related to CO2 activation and using CO2, turning it from a major climate acting pollutant into a source of valuable chemicals, transportation fuels, and added value products. Please, next slide, please. Thank you. So as said, the selected challenges for our Power-to-X development are production, reaching profitable production of fuels and energy carriers from CO2 and low carbon electricity, creation of completely new low carbon value chains, starting from CO2 as a major feedstock, and then thinking about integrating production concept to high value products in order to achieve profitable production in foreseeable future. So these are quite challenging topics, but how are we going to do it in practice? Well, when it comes to practice, next slide, please. Can we please switch to the next slide? Excellent, thank you. So when it comes to the practice, I mean, chemists, engineers, and VTT have been working for a long time on the problem of reaching a sustainable and scalable technical solution for activation of CO2 And our practical approach has been a development of a proprietary technology which combines CO2 industrial side streams together with the stream of low carbon hydrogen and a combination of reverse water gas shift reactions transforming CO2 into synthesis gas together with our proprietary Fischer-Tropsch synthesis allows to achieve production of Fischer-Tropsch crude hydrocarbons with a very high carbon efficiency of more than 90%. So developing this technology took some time and some effort in identifying appropriate catalysts for both Fischer-Tropsch and catalytic partial oxidation reverse water gas shifts. But we were eventually successful in developing a scalable integrated technology combining activation of CO2 with the synthesis of crude hydrocarbons, which can then be upgraded to either fuels or downstream chemicals. In the subsequent slides, I'm going to show you some of the examples of how this technology has been demonstrated. Can we switch to the next slide, please? Thank you very much. As I mentioned, VTT is aiming at moving as soon as possible from laboratory research towards either pilot scale or industrial demonstrations, as we try to be practical and we try to learn and get a lot of insight from our industrial partners. For that reason, we've developed and built a mobile synthesis unit, which is a sea container unit, which can be transported all over the world and is used for the on-site demonstration project where we transform available hydrogen and CO2 streams into added value products, starting from Fischer-Tropsch crude, hydrocarbon, and synthetic natural gas. Next slide, please. These are some of the cool picture how this mobile container unit looks like. So it's quite a large unit with an overall production volume of about half a barrel FD crude a day, which features two separate reaction zones for CO2 activation, reverse water gas shifts, and then production of Fischer-Tropsch crude with liquid wax separation. Next slide, please. In practice, the first application of this mobile synthesis unit has been the demonstration project where we put together a direct air capture unit for capturing CO2 from air, combine it with a photovoltaic unit generating solar low carbon electricity, put it together with our PEM electrolyzer unit to create low carbon hydrogen. And then all in all, with our mobile synthesis unit, we ended up producing hydrocarbons from directly capturing CO2 from air. That was one of the first pilot scale demonstration of this direct air capture to hydrocarbons value chain, which VTT ran as a successful demonstration on our site a few years back. Obviously, direct air capture adds some costs to the overall picture, and maybe at the moment there are more feasible solution is to look at multiple point sources of CO2 which are produced by big scale industrial emitters. That would make the overall concept much more economically and technically robust. And this is what VTT has done together with the partners from ST1. Can we please go to the next slide? Where we took our mobile synthesis unit to the ST1 biorefinery, which is producing quite a lot of biogenic CO2 side stream. And we combined our mobile synthesis unit with this available concentrated stream of CO2, and we demonstrated that also in industrial environment of a biorefinery, it is possible to utilize this CO2 on a pilot scale and convert it into FD crude, which can be then upgraded to fuels and chemicals. At the moment, as we speak, next slide, please. Our mobile synthesis unit is participating in yet another pilot scale demonstration in Germany at Industrial Park Höchst near Frankfurt, where we are using CO2 from a biogas upgrading plant and surplus hydrogen from a traditional chlor-alkali electrolysis plant. But at this highly integrated complex, there is a lot of hydrogen available, where we try to upgrade this side stream to a specific fraction targeting the high molecular weight waxes for sustainable white oil and emulsion applications. So VTT has developed proprietary catalyst solutions for reverse water gas shift NFT for this project, and we are using our efficient intensified reactor technology. which we developed in collaboration with many other partners. So as an outcome, we're going to do techno-economic and life cycle analysis of this concept, trying to see what are the major missing elements, what needs to be improved in this concept to make it even more economically and technically robust. As you can see from many of these slides, VTT is not taking this walk alone. We are relying a lot on collaboration with our industrial and research partners, as we believe firmly that an ecosystem approach where we openly approach our industrial and academic collaborator is the way to solve these systemic challenges. And the most recent project along these lines has been the breakthrough project in the Finnish electrofuels production. Next slide, please. Which has recently been granted by Business Finland to a consortium led by VTT and multiple Finnish industrial companies, where we try to achieve a breakthrough in production of fuels based on CO2 and low carbon hydrogen for the sectors which cannot be directly electrified, such as aviation or heavy truck transportation, so marine sector, where clearly direct electrification is going to be difficult to achieve. Low carbon transportation solutions. So all in all, yet another project where VTT is using our experience on running pilot scale and demonstration projects, and also our expertise in building ecosystem broad collaborative projects together with a lot of industrial partners. So to maybe complement a little bit the story on our power to X and CO2 developments, there is of course a lot more other different projects we are working on to advance this technology further. But as said, we look at the carbon reuse economy as a holistic concept where CO2 utilization and power to X is only one of the important elements. But there are, of course, others, such as utilization and role of biomass in the future and emerging low carbon value chains. And to say just a few words on VTT stake here, can we go to the next slide, please? VTT has been very active over the last 20 to 30 years in developing proprietary scalable platform for both biomass gasification and also biomass liquefaction. As in Finland, we are blessed with a substantial amount of sustainable lignocellulosic biomass, which is out there and can act as a carbon sink and also as a source of a low carbon solution, but upgrading this biomass to something which can be handled either at refinery or petrochemical plant, it definitely takes some effort and expertise, know-how, and also some costs are rising. Nevertheless, VTT has been very active in developing, pioneering, and scaling up those technologies from biomass gasification to liquefaction and upgrading. On the next slide, there is a quick chart of how the very basic steps of for biomass gasification developed in VTT looks like. So we blow steam, air, or oxygen and put it together with the biomass, either with the circulating pressure fluid bed gasifier or some other type of gasifier, where the gasification itself is a relatively straightforward process, but we produce also a lot of tars, a lot of light hydrocarbons, and the biggest challenge is to achieve synthesis gas suitable for production of either methanol or Fischer-Tropsch crude. And here, VTT has been developed proprietary two-stage reforming concept to get rid of all the impurities which deter the quality of the synthesis gas. And we were quite successful in not only developing this solution, but also scaling that up, as can be seen in the subsequent slide. So our biomass gasification plants have been ranging quite a bit from laboratory and pilot scale, what we operate in our Bioruki facility here near Espoo, using pressurized fixed bed gasifications. And in some cases, we've been scaling it up together with our industrial partners, like in this NSC demo plant in Varkaus, which was more than 150 megawatt gasification plant, operating for both gasification and then downstream synthesis application. So long story short, and trying to summarize, let's go to the next slide. This has been a very quick snapshot of the things what VTT is doing towards reaching a scalable and economically viable solution in low carbon value chain. In these presentations, I was talking about our solutions for transportations, chemicals, and fuels using either CO2 or biomass value chain. There is, of course, a lot more to say on the topic, especially considering the growing importance and necessity of plastic waste as an important side stream, but also very valuable raw material for this low carbon value chain as well. And well, I mean, the VTT's take on these things is that at this moment, I think we should work on all of these possibilities. That it's very likely that the future carbon reuse economy will feature both sustainable use of biomass, renewable hydrogen, direct and indirect electrification, and quite possibly also e-fuels and biofuels as part of the solution. VTT is tackling these projects in a practical manner so that we try to build solutions which are scalable and which can be demonstrated at least at the pilot scale. And we are very committed in not working on this alone. We know that we cannot solve these challenges alone. So we are building ecosystem partnerships with our industrial and academic partners. And this is how we're going to advance it in the future. And if you want to learn more about our solutions, about VTT, or become part of our exciting journey towards reaching carbon neutrality, then just drop us a note and maybe we can figure some other collaboration possibilities to which we as an organization are very open. So with that, I'm going to thank you very much for your attention and sorry for running a bit over time. Thank you again for this great opportunity to talk to this vibrant and diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very nice presentation, Dr. Alexander. It was very interesting. And now we have time for a few questions. And I can already see that there are a few questions in the chat box. I will read it for you. The first question is from Prem Seelam. And the question is, theoretically, how much liquid HC are yielded from FtCO2 H2?
Yes. Okay. Well, yes. We try to measure the yield. The overall FT crude yield is about 90%, as I said, but FT as a process is yielding quite a broad distribution of both light and heavy product following the standard Schulz-Flory route. And to this, we are trying to build additional integrated concept for downstream utilization of the light part. Alternatively, the light hydrocarbons can be sent back to the reformer, and if we are focusing on the, let's say, heavy part, then we send back the lights back to the autothermal reformer, bring them back to CO2 with the help of oxygen, and then we focus and maximize the yield of the liquid and the waxes. But give or take 50 to 60% fraction of liquid can be achieved in this type of operation, but very much depending on many other circumstances.
Very good. Thank you very much. And the next question is from Ayush Mishra. And the question is the carbon capture technology you described suitable for capturing carbon from flue gases or air? That is first question. The second question, I think, is the other issue with current carbon capture and conversion technologies is economy of scale. So in your opinion, when will commercial solutions become available for small and medium CO2 emitting industries? For example, let's say less than 100K tons per year. So if you can briefly answer these questions also, Dr. Alexander.
Yeah, that's a very big question. So maybe just a few takes on that. Indeed, I mean the technology I was describing in Solitaire project was based on direct air capture technology suitable for very dilute streams. So in this technology, both VTT and also outside world have been doing some advances, but at least from our standpoint and our techno-economic calculations, clearly in foreseeable future, we should focus on point sources of CO2 to make it more viable. To make it more viable, the biggest challenge we see now with this type of solution has been the cost of renewable electricity and the efficiency of hydrogen production. So actually, we believe that handling the flue gas or biogenic CO2 gas in our grand scheme of events is not going to be the most detrimental and difficult part in achieving this value chain. The biggest challenge is overall process integration, and in it, renewable hydrogen production with good efficiency and reasonable price of low carbon hydrogen is the biggest issues. And then we believe that the CO2 as such we will be able to handle.
So thank you very much. And now we move on. And now I invite Dr. Mrs. Atya Kaple, who is Senior Principal Scientist and Head of Directors Research Cell at National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, NEERI, in India. Her research focuses on environmental remediation. She has been the recipient of many prestigious awards such as CSIR Technology Award 2020 to Team for In Situ Nala Treatment Technology Young Scientist Award in the field of environmental microbiology, among other awards. So the floor is all yours, Dr. Atya.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatnagar. I'm really happy to join in this forum, especially since I have in the past had, bilateral projects with both the countries, Finland and Estonia. I worked with the Finnish Environment Institute with Dr. Christian Jorgensen in pesticide remediation, and with Maya Kivisar from the University of Tartu in bioremediation of wastewater from the refineries. So I'm really very happy to be here in this forum, and I hope that we can also find like-minded researchers to talk over and to discuss and get things moving forward. So today I'm going to talk about domestic wastewater management. This is actually the need of the hour in India, especially because with the rising population and with the lack of management of the domestic water, all the wastewater is going into the freshwater reserves, into the rivers, into the lakes, different water bodies. They are also becoming like a hotspots for pathogenic bacteria, for antibiotic resistant microbes that untreated wastewaters harboring. Next slide, please. India actually is facing very high to extreme high water stress. And in summer, it becomes more crucial in many of the states. So what we need is actually to start using our wastewater, as a resource and lessen the load on fresh water so that it is allowed to be available as a source of drinking water instead of, being used in other different, say, industrial and agricultural zones. But to use wastewater as a resource, it needs to be first treated very properly. Next. And we always go into the debate of having a centralized or a decentralized mode of treatment. Now, centralized, of course, yes, they are long lasting, and but the problem with the centralized kind of treatment over the decentralized, which is even though it is much less expensive and has a flexible kind of a module, it is not so popular as yet. Next. The main problem which we face with the centralized treatments is that it needs to be planned as your city is being planned. This is the unfortunate truth. But most of the cities, they do not have a proper sewage treatment capacity. Sewerage networks are pretty low. I've just taken an average of 30%, but in some cities it could be higher, and in some cities it could be even lower. So when you want to have a centralized treatment plan, you need to plan it along with the growth of the city. Next. So when you have cities that mushroom like this, this is this is one area which is developing Hyderabad, and you can see the built up here in 2000. To the next slide, you can see how the built up has changed in this much of time. And so with cities mushrooming like this, and if you are not planning your sewerage networks at the time of the growth, it is really next to impossible to plan a centralized treatment facility in India in these kind of scenarios. Next. And so we come to the decentralized treatment options. We at NERI, NERI, like he said, is the National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. It's a CSIR laboratory, and it deals exclusively with finding solutions for the environment. I work in this area, but the institute also works in different areas like air pollution, solid waste management, uh, carbon capture and utilization, environment and health, environmental biotechnology, and genomics. So a number of areas that the institute works in, and we use all this multidisciplinary expertise to take an idea into the field, so it actually helps out with the community. So we have developed here a decentralized treatment option, which we called RENEW. It is the restoration of Nala with ecological units. So Nala, for the European listeners, is actually another word for a drain, very popularly used in India as Nala. So we have left that. It's basically an in situ drain treatment technology. Next. The challenge of treating a drain in India especially is that you can see from this picture on your left that it is not just wastewater that is flowing into the drain. Unfortunately, in many of the areas, solid waste is also dumped. So along with your sewage flow, you are having a lot of solid waste, municipal solid waste being just dumped randomly into these drains. We have to deal with a variation in pollution levels, what we call as, the BOD, COD concentrations and ratios. Because it's not today, if we have X number of communities whose wastewater is being targeted into this particular drain, tomorrow it could be X plus, it could be 2X, 3X or more. Sometimes you're treating at one spot and downstream then you have some other community sewage being diverted. That poses an additional challenge, because when the treatment is upstream and you're getting clean water downstream, and then you have an attachment like this, so it really jeopardizes the whole treatment. And then cost and operation and maintenance are also very important factors that we need to look into. So keeping all this in mind, CSIR NERI has come up with this technology, which we are calling RENEW. Next. What we do is we take a combinational approach. In the first and foremost, we make it into a permanent drain. You can see that the drains have been lined now with the walls, so that the drain water does not spill on either side of the drains, especially during the rainy season. It doesn't create into like a swamp. We incorporate all the components of a regular sewage treatment plant, like a sedimentation tank, an anoxic tank, and aeration, which we do through solar panels, and bioremediation using specific microbes. Now, all these are sequentially put into this kind of a drain, and a treatment goes on. So as the water flows, it gets treated. Next. We had this opportunity of implementing our technology into the field in Allahabad, which is now called Prayagraj. Now, in 2019, in the pre-COVID times, I should say, there was a very big festival called the Kumba Mela. It's a very religious festival to all the Hindus, where in this year it was at Prayagraj. So they all gather at the site of this holy river of the Ganges and take a dip. All the devotees, they believe in taking a dip in the Ganges. And in this figure, if you look down, you can see it's written as Sangam. That's the point where the devotees mainly take the holy dip. And the red arrows indicate the drains that we have treated, otherwise whose wastewater would have gone directly into the Sangam point. Now, luckily for us, the National Mission for Clean Ganga gave us this project to treat these drains using our technology. And the state mission of Clean Ganga from the Uttar Pradesh with the UP Jal Nigam uh, was actually looking at all the drains in and around this area. And we worked together with them to develop a treatment of these drains, which I will just show you in the next few slides. Next. Yeah. So our system is designed to deal with the floating garbage. We already we put screens to trap the garbage. We have a sedimentation tank that where the suspended solids, and where there is basically a settling of the sludge, so your suspended solids don't go ahead. We look at biodegradation of the sewage is coming from your homes. It has a lot of also chlorinated molecules, your triclosan and detergents, which work better, which are more amenable to biodegradation in the anaerobic zone. So you cannot create an anaerobic zone in a flowing drain, but we take the next option of making it to an anoxic chamber. Anybody dealing with wastewater will know that anaerobic biodegradation also generates lesser amount of sludge. And then basically the drain is an open system, so there is aeration. You can see that we have incorporated an aeration unit into the drain with the help of solar panels. So we are not reliant on the electricity supply, because most of these drains actually lead out of the city and join into the river. And so we connect the solar panels, we connect a pump where we can release pipes which can create an aeration chamber into the drains. We use Biomass, which is our consortia that was developed at in my lab for treating the different organics that are present in the sewage and from our kitchen, etc. So we immobilize and suspend them inside. This is just a picture to show you. That is why it is outside the water. But we have at different levels, we immobilize our bacteria and allow it to continue. And after all this is over, then the excesses of nutrients, like nitrogen and phosphorus that basically cause the eutrophication of water bodies and lakes, they are taken care of by these floating plants. We use wetland plants on floating rafters, which we call as flow rafts. They not only add an aesthetic beauty to the drains, but they also take up the excess nutrients that are flowing after all this treatment has taken place. Next. We use new tools like metagenomics to understand our treatment system and to make corrective steps as and where it is required. So here we have used metagenomics. We have harvested the DNA, total DNA, from the different units of our renew process, and we analyze the metagenome for the taxonomy of the bacteria that are present in the system. We look at the functional capacity, whether biodegradation is actually happening, whether the target genes are present or absent, and we look at the stress response. Stress, of course, because you have various these are environment conditions, so one really does not know. It's not an control condition into the laboratory, and so we try to bring a new dimension into wastewater treatment. Next. What we did here is using metagenomics in an industrial effluent treatment. This was a common effluent treatment plant called the CEP, which we used metagenomics to map the activated biomass. And here we have only looked at the oxygenases because this is an aerobic system. And all the dotted lines that you can see are the genes that are present in the activated biomass of that particular treatment plant. And the bold lines indicate the genes that are not. So when you have, a wastewater coming in, and you know what is going to be biodegraded and what will not be biodegraded. And so using these kind of tools, we allow the industry to understand and improve their bioremediation. So we apply these kind of tools in our in situ wastewater treatment. We analyze, like I said, the metagenome of the different units. We look at, bacteria and the archaea, what kind of bacteria are there. And we have done a lot of studies, but since we had only 15 minutes, I have decided to just show you one picture, one slide that gives you an indication of what kind of studies we associate with our treatment unit. I am only showing here the genes of the nitrogen cycle in different units because this is one nutrient that causes, like I said, is one of the major problems in sewage, the excess of nitrogen. So you can see that allantoin is dominantly present here in our treatment units, and it is associated with nitrogen uptake in root nodules. So the presence of our floating rafters and the plants, they are actually helping in lessening in utilizing the nitrogen. Next. So an engineer will always talk of BOD and COD when you talk of wastewater treatment. I'm a biologist. I will talk of degradation pathways. And so for every unit, we have analyzed what are the different, levels of aromatic degradative pathways or the catabolic pathways that are present in each of our units that actually contribute to the removal of the COD and BOD from the wastewaters. We can go down to different, from the KEGG pathway, we can go down to more detailing, but this is just an indication to show you how the percentage of reads that we have got from the metagenome. Next. So you can see the picture on the left is the drain as it was when we went to Prayagraj, and the picture on the right is what we have converted that drain into. And it's not only about aesthetics. You can also see the little inset in the center, and the bottle on the left, which is blackish in color, is what is there at the inlet. And this would have gone into the river Ganga if it wasn't being treated with our technology. And you can see the bottle on the left is the kind of water that was being released into the treatment, into the river. Next, please. These are just some snapshots of our work in progress. It was, like I said, under the Namami Gange, the National Mission of Clean Ganga, under their banner. We have done this. The anoxic chamber is being constructed here on the left-hand side. And if you look at the outlet of the drain, the picture on the right, you can see the quality or just the difference in the water quality. And we were really very proud that we could achieve this kind of a treatment efficiency. And I should also share with you that the water was looking so clear that many of the people who could not actually afford housing and the tents at the Mela and at the Kumbh site, and they were camping on the banks here. As you can see, there are a lot of people there. They had started to take this water, for bathing and things like that. So we had to actually station a guard at our sites, at all our 6 sites, to prevent them, because at the end of the day, this is basically drain treated water. And so we had to stop people, but it also gives an indication of the quality of efficiency that we were able to achieve in this with this technology. Next. Of course, all the performance parameters for wastewater have been monitored throughout. The BOD, the suspended solids, in the different drains. These are just two drains that you can see. You can see by the dotted lines, the outlet, how much we have been able to achieve. And all this monitoring was done by third party. It wasn't done by us. It was done by a different laboratory, which the state mission of Clean Ganga had appointed to monitor all the drains. Next. We also got, like Dr. Bhatnagar told you in the beginning, the CSR Technology Award for this. This is the picture of my team, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, me, Dr. Ritesh, Himand Bhairwani, Dr. Rita, Dr. Tuhin, and Sai Saurabh. So I would have actually liked to end my story here, but it is not really, a happily ever after kind of a story. So next slide, please. So you can see on the right hand panel that the people who are living around this treatment sites, they have absolutely no clue of what is meant. They are still dumping solid waste into these drains, which we are trying to clean for the benefit of everyone around. So the message that I want to leave here is that it's really important that there is a responsibility sharing between the citizens. The citizens need to be made aware that why these kind of things are important. What is the dangers of not treating water and letting it run into the river? And then maybe we would have less of such things to deal with. Because like I always say, a handful of scientists and a few policymakers cannot bring about the change that we need in India. It is the people, the citizens who will have to take responsibility of their surroundings. So we had carried out a number of awareness camps for, in and around this area, which I sincerely hope that would have had some kind of, an impact, and they would help us in keeping, in realizing this dream of which the Honorable Prime Minister given us on Swachh Bharat. We've been living with that dream for so long, and until everybody joins in, it will be really difficult to make it into a reality. My last slide now, next, please. So this is in a lighter vein. The Romans, we are told, used to pump out all their wastewater and take it out of the cities. This was way back in 600 BC, and they also had a goddess of the sewers, Venus of the sewers, to indicate how important it was, wastewater treatment, how important it was in the, as management of a city. So it's time probably that we also, put wastewater management as a very top priority and get everybody included in it. Thank you. And once again, thank you to the organizers for including me into this very important event.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kaple. It was very interesting presentation, and it was very nice to see the differences before treatment and after treatment by the pictures which you have presented in your presentation. Very interesting. And I have one question in chat. How do you see, or sorry, how do you handle the storm water in such in situ remediation of sewage in drains?
So you could see that we have raised the boundary walls, of the drain, and so we are so during the heavy monsoon and thing, then your 5 times the amount of water can be handled there. Now the problem with the Prayagraj drain was this: the ends of these drains came into the flood the zone, so they get covered in the monsoon totally. So we have to dismantle them at that time. But your treatment then should be shifted onto the upper side where the river water does not cover the entire, not outside the floodplain. This was just one case, but
Yes.
within the city, up to 5 times of the flow because of these additional walls that we are raising, and they can be. And of course, there are different other treatments also that you can, divert if there is a water into a different chamber, and there are many options that you can take care of.
Right. Thank you very much. I might have a small minor question from you, Dr. Kapli. So as compared to Nordic countries, what needs to be done further in India in the field of wastewater management and resource recovery?
So, resource recovery, we are already working on, like nutrient recovery from the wastewaters, wastewater treatment, and then use it into aquaculture, agriculture. Like I said in the very beginning that, potable water is a real issue in many parts of the country. And so if we take the stress off by treating this water and reusing it in agriculture and in industry, then we will be able to. So wastewater is generated everywhere, whether it is
Yes.
Nordic, India, or anywhere. And so if you can develop these kind of treatment process to reuse the wastewater, you're also actually, you can increase, say, ground level. It has a low carbon footprint, our system, because it uses the natural flow. And so there are a lot of things that have a bigger dimension. The bigger picture would be right up to, say, climate change.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much again, Dr. Kaple, for your very nice presentation. So our last but not the least speaker is Dr. Jaak Turu, who is professor in microbiology at University of Tartu in Estonia. He is the president of Estonian Society for Microbiology. His research interests include microbial community structure and functioning and antibiotic resistant genes in different types of wastewater treatment systems, applications of environmental biotechnology for remediation of organic pollutants in water. So the floor is all yours, Professor Turu. Please.
Thank you, Professor, for kind introduction. It's great honor to talk at this meeting about our work we have done together with our Indian colleagues. I'm saying only very few words about University of Tartu. It's the largest university and oldest university in Estonia. We have around 13,000 students, and university itself belongs to the top 300 universities in the world. Besides, we are the main research center for the microbiology and molecular biology in Estonia. And in my presentations, I only touch two themes, what we have been worked together with Indian colleagues. It's about using the microbial approach to enhance the bioremediation and also the crop productivity in agriculture. Please, next slide. So the usage of microbes for the removal of pollutants from different environmental compartments, soil, sediments, water. It's old technology, but there are still unsolved problems. Next slide, please. So the most common way to treat polluted soils, soils polluted with organic pollutants like oil or oil-derived compounds, is to use bioremediation. So basically the power of microbes in the environment, but their activity can be enhanced by using different compounds. It's called biostimulation, or we can add specific microbial strains to the environment, and then it's called bioaugmentation. But there have been one major problem in case of bioremediation, that if pollutants are in the environment, and more longer they are, they stick to the soil particles, and microbes cannot degrade them. So one approach, very sustainable, is used biosurfactants, so to enhance the solubility of hydrocarbons. Next slide, please. So together with our Indian colleagues, we performed a study where we isolated and characterized rhamnolipid producing bacterial strains. So these are type of the biosurfactant from different hydrocarbon contaminated soils from Tamil Nadu in India. Then the rhamnolipid production was optimized using these bacterial strains. And then finally, it was assessed how well it actually works, these strains or combination of these microbial strains with rhamnolipids they produce. Next slide, please. So our results showed that the introduction of rhamnolipid producing bacterial strain into the polluted soil enhances the removal of pollutant. And even actually, if we use combination of this rhamnolipid producing strain plus rhamnolipids, which are produced in reactor, then we even more increase the removal efficiency. Next slide, please. Another topic we have been working with during last years with our Indian colleagues is the study of plant-associated microbes, which are called typically microbiome, plant microbiome. Next slide, please. So microbes are colonizing different parts of the plants. Historically, most studies have been concentrating on the root-soil interface and microbes living on the vicinity of roots. But now the studies are more concentrating also on the microbes who live within the plants and on the surface of plant parts, especially on the leaves and stems. So what's the interest in this? It is being noticed that the crop productivity of agricultural plants is not only dependent on the breeding, but also on the microbes who live within these plants or on the surface of these plants. And actually, during the domestication process, this plant microbial community has been changed, and this change has not been always into the good side. So this is one option to use knowledge about plant-associated microbes to increase the crop productivity. Next slide, please. And what we have done together with our Indian colleagues is that we have studied microbes who live on the surface of rice plants, on the leaves, and especially those which have properties which promote the plant growth, and especially under the drought conditions, because as Professor Atayakapli showed, that water is getting more and more problematic resource in the case of India. Actually, it's also, we have the same drought problem in Europe. It starts from the south of Sweden, and most of the western part and Mediterranean area are also affected by this. Next slide, please. So the work itself contained the isolation of bacteria from the leaves of rice. Then microbes were screened for their certain properties. That they should have plant growth promoting traits and also possibility to alleviate the drought stress. Next slide, please. So the best microbial strains were selected for the experiments with rice plants, and it was then studied how the application of these specific microbial strains is affecting the plant growth under these water stress conditions. Next slide, please. I'm only showing very few outputs from this study, but what we saw was that certain microbial strains have options to increase the concentration of compounds in the plant, which are helping them to resist this water shortage. Also, the expression of plant genes related to the stress alleviation is changing. Next slide, please. So what we saw that certain bacterial strains like Bacillus megatherium are providing rice plants with the elevated stress tolerance. And of course, the most important here is that the application of these strains are improving the rice yield parameters, which is kind of final aim. Next slide, please. We have done a number of studies also about microbial ecology of the paddy soils. Of course, this is the field we can see and find a lot of different studies because rice is so important crop. But I think our studies together with my previous doctoral student, Sandeep and Samadar, about the impact of different agricultural management options on the microbial community of paddy soils are quite interesting. Next slide, please. So what could be the future outlook for the cooperation with our Indian partners? Of course, it's very interesting to know how actually these microbes, which are living together with rice plants, or which are good for the alleviating the drought response, how they are actually communicating, what is the mechanism behind this molecular biology studies. Then also we are interested in the diversity of plant-associated microbes in the medicinal plants. And of course, our interest is also in the microbially enhanced bioremediation and phytoremediation. And actually, it links, especially the phytoremediation, which is the use of plants for the pollution removal from polluted soils. It's actually very well links also to the plant microbe interactions, which we have been studying in the case of rice, because phytoremediation is also the situation where the plants are under the different stress variables. And here is also the main, our partners from both from University of Tartu and our Indian collaborators. Thank you.
So maybe Professor Thru, I might have a question for you regarding your presentation. So are you and your research group also focusing on testing the performance of co-inoculation with different bacterial strains? If you could say something on this.
Yeah, we have not done actually the co-inoculation, but it is a good question because it's already, this is actually which is linked to this outlook, because if one is that we can simply test and do this, but what is the mechanism behind this? The mechanisms are important, and this is already like system biology approach then. Yeah. But actually, I didn't point out that this application of this best plant growth promoting microbes, it was done in two ways. Because in the nature, these rice plants, they are already colonized with different microbes. So we simply added one strain to this. So basically, it's working very well. And it was done also with plants without any microbes. So basically sterile ones to see the pure effect. So there could be also that even if we go to the field, the impact of this application of this microbial inocula can be different. So this is something field which is very fast developing right now. And actually it's also something which is on the EU interests. So the plant microbiome, and especially the application of plant microbiome in agriculture and in the crop productivity. This is something which is very fast developing. So I see, and India is one of the top players in this field, actually.
So once again, thank you very much, Professor Thru, for your very interesting talk. And I am looking forward that you will have more opportunities to collaborate with Indian scientists and researchers. And I wish to thank all the speakers of this session and the wonderful audience. And have a nice rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bhatnagar, for moderating this session. I would like to thank all the speakers once again, Dr. Alexander Rezninskov, Dr. Atya Kaple, and Professor Yak Tru. Let's continue to our second session on sustainability, moderated by Dr. Jan Kettel, Director for Customer Solutions and International Relationships, Luke Natural Resources Institute of Finland. Dr. Kettel, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Ambassador, distinguished guests, you have already heard my name is John Kettel and I'm Director of Customer Solutions and International Relations at Natural Resources Institute Finland, otherwise known as Luke. Before we start, I'd just like to take a moment just to briefly express my sympathies for the terribly tough conditions in India at this current time. I'm sure all the thoughts across Finland are with you there. Let me also just briefly introduce Luke. Luke is a research institute under the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Finland. Our vision is very much linked to this session, and that is for sustainable future and well-being from renewable natural resources. And we create value and solutions for customers by solving local and global challenges. As said, sustainability is the title of this session. Sustainability is often discussed in the media these days, which is extremely good. We all know the sustainable use of natural resources calls for advances in know-how and new business models, as well as close collaboration across national and international boundaries. So this event is really important. I'd just also like to mention that Prime Minister Sanna Marin of Finland and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a remote bilateral meeting in March this year. And in this first meeting of the Prime Ministers, Marin and Modi, I refer to those people in particular, they really discussed how to deepen concrete cooperation between the two countries. And in the joint statement, they announced a sustainability partnership involving renewable and clean energy, circular economy and sustainable mobility. As you can see at the highest levels, this topic is being discussed and agreed in its importance. So I'm delighted to be able to announce the speakers for this session, and thank you once again for inviting me to be a moderator. The presentations, I hope, will keep to about 15 minutes. I will appear again on the screen at about 14 minutes into the presentation as a reminder that time is getting short. The first speaker I would like to introduce is Mr. Suresh Kotla. Suresh is the Director of Energy and Environment at the Institute of Sustainable Communities. In his role, he leads the energy and environment practice and has over 20 years experience in the energy transition, air pollution, climate change mitigation and adaptation, including green buildings, environmental safeguards and community resilience and sustainability sectors. So I think you'll agree that he's got a really good background to give us a talk now. So without further ado, I will hand over to Suresh and the presentation entitled Sustainable Communities.
Thank you so much for your generous introduction, Dr. John. And thanks for your sympathies for our country. And indeed, this is one of the most unprecedented times. I haven't seen something like this before. So while I'm here to present, I think this is an equally important opportunity to talk about sustainable communities. I represent the Institute for Sustainable Communities, and our core belief, the very foundation of the organization is to enable communities that are sustainable. And we've been working for the last, if you could move to the next slide, very briefly, I'll talk about our work. Can we move to the next slide? Yeah. So the Institute for Sustainable Communities has been serving the global community for the last 30 years. We worked in Eastern Europe and currently work in United States, China, India, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, these countries. And if you go to the next slide, I'll very briefly describe why we work in this geography. Of course, we work in the US, but particularly this part of the world is home to more than half of world's population. And also the global manufacturing is currently conducted in this region, which means there are more people to share the natural resources of this region. At the same time, the vulnerability of this region is much higher compared to many of our other global partners in other parts of the world. And that makes it even more important that we focus on this geography and in these regions. Moving on to the next slide, I will talk about the work that we have done so far. This primarily involves working with villages. It involves working with the factories. It involves working with the city officials, so the urban conglomerates. The idea is to be able to work with the workers, the factory managers, and you see that this is the impact that we've had so far. We've been able to impact the lives of about 48,000 factory managers and workers in this region that I was just talking about, for over 3,200 businesses and supply chain factories, about 800 plus communities in India, China, Bangladesh, US, and all the other countries that I just mentioned, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia. Within India, we are also working with about 128,000 farmers in the state of Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh, promoting sustainable agriculture and water stewardship practices, and I'll very briefly talk about that. We also directly we work directly with the factories on the ground. We're working in the Tirupur cluster of Tamil Nadu with the wet processing units, where we are promoting energy efficiency and adoption of clean energy. We're working in Maharashtra with the automotive cluster and Gujarat and places like Karnataka, where we're working with Belgaum cluster and a few other clusters in North India. So particularly, you will see that our overall, end objective that we are looking at is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, either by adoption of clean energy or energy efficiency or fueling of switching of fuels. We've achieved close to 100 and our work has resulted in potential for reduction to the tune of 105 million tons of GHG gas, greenhouse gases, which is equivalent to 22 million cars off-road for 1 year. Apart from this, we've been able to leverage about $52 million in investments in developing green and equitable systems and infrastructure. Moving on to the next slide, I will delve a little deeper into our work. So this is our approach. We believe in taking a value chain approach. Any product that is manufactured, if that consumer product, whether it's a garment or whether it's a automobile, unless we look at sustainability, through the entire value chain, it's very difficult to call a product sustainable. And that is why our work involves working with the farmers in the field, where we focus on sustainable agriculture practices, looking at use of biofertilizers, biopesticides, and increasing the yield of the farms, at the same time focusing on water use efficiency. Particularly in Maharashtra, we work in villages like Yavatmal, Wardha, and then in Madhya Pradesh we work in Dhar, where water is a scarce resource, and so we look at creating water budgets for individual villages, so that they know that there is a budget for the water, and that's how they are able to use water efficiently. And there are a lot of other technological advancements that are being introduced, and some very basic interventions that are being introduced. Our focus is working with the women, particularly because women are extremely vulnerable. And then from farm, we work with the factories, where our focus is that the health and safety of the workers, the surrounding communities around those factories, their welfare is taken care of, their health and safety is taken care of, especially protection against environmental pollution, discharge of effluents. So we try and make sure that the SMEs that we work with, they are complying with the environmental laws. They are more efficient, resource efficient. They are more, they're using more clean energy. So aspects such as clean energy use, energy efficiency, and cleaner production as a whole, where we look at health and safety of the workers, we look at compliance with the environmental laws, we look at aspects where they can make monetary benefits by saving energy or moving on to a different energy source. And the last part is looking at the markets, where we focus on, from the time the product goes to the market. We also look at markets from creating linkages with the farmers, at the same time aggregating demand for advanced technologies, more smarter and more cleaner technologies. By aggregating demand from the factories, we are able to give it to the big technology manufacturers. And here we work with various companies in the country. We work with the Ministry of Power Company, Energy Efficiency Services Limited, where we've been able to implement large national level programs, one being the National Motor Replacement Program. And you will see in this particular, in the previous slide, you must have seen the number of brands that we work with. So there are all the top brands that we've worked with in the region and their supply chains. And the idea is exactly that we are able to promote value chain sustainability. Moving on to the next slide. This is our work with the agriculture sector, where we specifically focus on water and agriculture, supporting the farmers, and the work is focused on around studying the impact of climate change on water, agriculture, and rural livelihoods, understanding the vulnerabilities and adaptive capacities of the farmers. And while we do that, we engage with the farmers by training them, by creating demonstration plots. And then using those plots, we are able to demonstrate the kind of best practices the farmers should be using. Over the years, we have reached out to 130,000 farmers, and currently we are working with 120 plus odd farmers in MP and Maharashtra. And then, as I mentioned, women play an important role. So we try and create a role for women in the farmers. Of course, they play a very important role, but their role is not recognized. They are not empowered. So through SHG groups, by creating entrepreneurship opportunities for these women, we are able to empower women and increase the household income of these women who ultimately take care of their households. On climate, we are building increased understanding of future weather patterns, and we are analyzing how annual, seasonal, and monthly basis the rainfall and the temperature variations impact the different stages of crops, and how we can actually help the farmers to be more resilient, be more prepared, and use seeds that are more resilient to these changing patterns. Of course, soil health is one of the aspects we work on. The goal is to enhance productivity, and we are promoting use of biofertilizers, as I mentioned earlier. Currently, there is a lot of chemical input intensive farming happening across our country, which ultimately degrades the soil quality, and also it's very GHG intensive. And so what we are able to do is we are able to showcase demo plots where we are using biofertilizers and biopesticides, and being able to demonstrate that how the cost of farming per acre can come down significantly if bioproducts are utilized rather than chemical intensive and carbon intensive fertilizers are used. Lastly, water is an important input for the agriculture, so our focus is on promoting water stewardship with the farmers, and as I mentioned, with creating water budgets, improving water literacy, and adopting demand and supply side measures for effective water use and management. So we believe that all these approaches together, they enable us to develop sustainable landscapes, and we are measuring our outcomes as lower environmental footprint in terms of water and GHG, and higher resource conservation in terms of soil, water, biodiversity, and socioeconomic benefits for the communities. Moving on to the next slide, I will very briefly talk about, so this is the impact of our work. We were able to showcase that how GHG reduction can happen almost to the tune of 50%. And this data is for the villages where we are working. The economic returns, the benefits were almost $71 per acre against the baseline of $105 per acre if the farmers were using biofertilizers and biopesticides. Similarly, on the environmental water footprint, we were able to showcase significant impact in the amount of water that can be harvested, that can be saved. And of course, gender equity is an aspect that is a cross-cutting theme of the work that we do. Now I'll talk about the sustainable manufacturing part, which is focused on factories. Moving on to the next slides. The next one, please. Yes. So our work on energy efficiency, and this is an example of the work that we are doing in Tirupur cluster. Here, the red boxes show the challenges that we've addressed with the solutions in the green boxes. You will see right from limited awareness to lack of availability of skilled manpower, or their inability to identify opportunities because they don't have technical assistance. So we provide them technical assistance, energy audit services, skill development programs, and building capacities through tools, awareness workshops, so that they can actually move towards adoption of energy efficiency. And we do this also by making sure that these interventions are sustainable over beyond our project. So we create an ecosystem of institutions, and Clean Energy Forum is one such institution that we've been able to establish in Tirupur, which involves all the industry associations, the academic institutions, and the energy service companies, along with the technology companies. Moving on to the next slide. This is the impact of our work on clean energy and energy efficiency. I'll not talk much about this now due to the paucity of time. Let's move on to the next slide. These are some case studies. You will see right from the technologies that are well known in other parts of the world. Many of these technologies are not introduced in the clusters in India. So we are looking at low-hanging fruits, technologies that are well established, and they should be, it's a no-brainer to adopt them. So we are helping them adopt these technologies. We are looking at more complex technologies such as waste heat recovery, where we've conducted demonstration projects in Tirupur, and we are seeing factories now slowly moving towards these technologies. Moving on to the next slide. This is, again, the approach that I described, the ecosystem, local ecosystem that continues to replicate and take care of the clean energy work in Tirupur. Next slide, please. While we were facing the pandemic last year, we also created a toolkit which was used by the factories there. And this was not only to, there was a guidebook that we translated in 10 Indian languages, and we shared it with the Ministry of Micro and Small Enterprises. And at the same time, we also, created a self-assessment tool, online mobile application tool that the factories were able to use. Next slide, please. And this is the concluding, the last couple of slides, and I'll be concluding my presentation with this. So this is the program that I was mentioning, the National Motor Replacement Program. I'll go to the next slide and I'll describe what this approach is. So this is, a market-based approach that we've been able to deploy on the ground with the Energy Efficiency Services Limited. This is a Ministry of Power company, and you will see what we are doing is we are aggregating the technology from clean tech technology companies, and we are also aggregating the service, energy as a service, with small ESCOs that are able to provide service to the industries, the SMEs at the end, and in between there are other players like industry associations and utilities. All of these play a role of aggregating demand, providing technical assistance, and EESL plays the role of procuring technology, in bulk procurement approaches, and then being able to reduce the prices, leveraging economies of scale, and then offering better deal to the factories and enabling the adoption to happen. And there's also a revolving fund that basically allows the SMEs that cannot really access finance. So it's like a de-risking mechanism for EESL as well as for the technology companies that are selling their technology to these small and medium enterprises companies. So with that, I would like to submit my presentation. The idea is we look at a value chain approach, right from farm to factories or to all the way to markets, and deploying programs at national level. So that's the approach, and I believe that that's how sustainable communities would be possible, where we are not excluding any stakeholder in the entire value chain. Thank you so much.
In your talk, you mentioned about greenhouse gas mitigation potentials. And the question is, are they based on modeled or measured data?
So a very good question. So this is based on measured data. Just the example of the National Motor Replacement Program that I just shared. So when we looked at the demand that is there in the market right now, currently there are about 15 million motors, the demand for replacement of 15 million motors. And the government of India has already made it mandatory by a notification for the factories to adopt IE2 grade motors, and we are promoting IE3 motors. So if all these factories that are supposed to replace the motors, if they replace those motors, then the GHG reduction would be to the tune of 105 million. In fact, more than the figure that's mentioned there. That's a very conservative figure. We did 36 demonstrations where we measured the GHG reduction, and then currently close to 65,000 motors. The demand for these motors have already come. They are in the process of installation. Close to 10,000 motors are already installed, and so these GHG data figures are based on the actual GHG reduction that's being seen in the factories, and the overall potential over the next 5-6 years when all the motors are going to be replaced, the old induction motors with the newer ones.
Thank you for that answer. I'm sure that answers the question really well. And thank you also for the presentation today under these very difficult circumstances. It's been fantastic to hear your presentation. So thank you very much. We go to the next speaker, and this is Professor Jukka Komi, Professor of Physical Metallurgy, Materials and Mechanical Engineering in the Faculty of Technology, University of Oulu. Jukka has an extensive list of research project funding, for example, Finnish Academy Genome of Steel project, and has held many expert positions, such as the current Executive Director of CASR at the University of Oulu. Jukka has an extensive CV, which I could try and summarize in like 30 seconds, which doesn't do it justice, but has 148 scientific publications and 3 patents. So the presentation this afternoon will be entitled Advanced Steels Towards Carbon Neutral Future. Jukka, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, John. So welcome to discuss about steel. First of all, I like to go to ideas and think about the University of Oulu and why steel is connected at that way. So thank you. In Oulu, we see ourselves, or we see our science, so that we do that with the Arctic attitude. So this is how we see it. What is Arctic attitude in our case is that we want to do our work resourceful and especially in innovation way. So when we are in north here and there is enough cold, we see that combination of innovativeness and goldness as an Arctic attitude. University of Oulu is multidisciplinary university. Even you're talking about the research and education point of view, we have 8 different areas that we are working: natural science and mathematics, bioscience, medicine, health, economic, business, engineering, architectures, ICT, education, and humanities. So this is wide area what we are doing, what we are specialized. We have a little bit less than 14,000 students and 3,400 staff members. Small universities overall, but not that in Finland. So next, please. So our strategy is based on the focus areas that we have analyzed based on the global megatrends. We have 5 of them, and these focus areas are, or continuation of that is scientific profile areas that we are looking for. And one profilation area over there is steel. And that is only one that kind of university in Finland. So these focus areas, scientific profilized areas is based on our values that is creating new, taking responsibility and succeeding together. So as told, the scientific focus areas is based on 5 different areas of what we are analyzed. So lifelong health, digitalization, understanding humans, and northern environment, or changing how analyze how the change of that is ongoing. And in our case, the sustainable materials and system is the steel what we are looking for. So when we are developing steel or doing work with steel, we have to remember that how it based on sustainability. Next one. So the profilation areas, what we are now talking about is the steel, of course, that is the top of here of these profilation areas. And together with that is another unorganic side stream. Together, this means steel mill or zero waste mills in future. That is definitely our aim. That we will make that kind of possibility that steel mill will be zero waste at the future. These blue ones, what is here, big data analysis, ICT, and strengthening human capabilities are connected also with these 2 main areas what we are doing. So 9 of these profilation areas, what University of Oulu is somehow connected with steel industry as well, or steel making. So our campus covers nearly half of the Finland. Not maybe the people, but the Finland point of view. So that means also that we have to think about what's happening in northern part of Finland, in Arctic Circle as well. So this is one thing in steel development. I will come back on that. Okay, and then let's think about steel development in overall in Finland. So we have a community in Finland that we call CASR, Center for Advanced Steels Research, that has been a little bit more than 15 years now. So the idea is combined together the whole Finland, so that all steel researchers are understanding what to do, and we are working together. So today it covers the whole process chain from raw materials to final products. We have about 120 researchers. Change depends on the projects, and typically we publish something like 130 publication, or well, last year was really good. It was 180 actually, and typically PhD is 1 to 7. Next one, please. Research ecosystem that we have, this is nothing special in overall. Of course, if you think about that kind of communities, our network covers more than 100 universities. That is more or less typically today. But what is not so typical in our case is that we have more than 50 companies that we are working together. So the companies, how to do work with them and do scientific as well, I think this is our strength. Next one. So we have developed our own operation model. That means that how to make business, how to make new business from fundamental research, and that is the idea, I think. So when we're doing fundamental research, that is our own work based on some ideas what we have been. Hopefully we get funding that as well, and we think, okay, maybe sometimes this crazy idea can be a new business. So that is also what we are thinking when we're doing basic research. However, our main work is focusing on industry-driven tasks. So we are doing that, our work together with the industry, that we call applied research funding. That is more than 70% of our total workload. We have also some projects together with the industry, but not so much. But anyway, the idea is this. Next one. When we analyze ourselves and think about the global megatrends, what we are, think about the values of the university profiling areas. So we have selected our work so that everything what we are doing is somehow focusing on reduction of CO2 emissions. And also in that case, carbon negative Finland, that is also decided. I think Anneli Saarikko mentioned about that we will be the first country in worldwide to achieve that target. And steel will be quite big role on that, but I will go back on that. So in research point of view, we have ranked ourselves in ultra high strength steel areas, first in Europe, think about the publications, and third in world. So in very specific areas, we are really good one. We have a extremely good infrastructure to make, so that make the research possibilities, and really wide networking as mentioned here. Our challenges is, as already told, that how to focus on right thing. How to focus on right thing in fundamental research, because the areas what we are now playing is huge. Steel research or metal industry, that means also workshop as well, is a huge business in worldwide. A lot of work to do. Next one. Okay, then let's go in advanced steel. How to get carbon neutral future with them. Actually, if you think about the steel industry or steel mills, they are not steel mills. They are actually CO2 mills. Main product is not steel, because if you produce 1 ton steel, you produce nearly 2 tons carbon oxide. So steel industry if you think about the global warming, is a really bad thing. Still, think about the worldwide steel industry is growing all the time. So because the consumption is growing, it grows something like 5 million tons per year, and that is the same amount that the whole Finland is producing. So that way thinking, CO2 emission is increasing because of steel industry every year, 10 million tons. What we can do? We can change our mills so that is zero emissions. This is possible, but it's a really challenge work what we have to do. I go back on that what work has started. We can change that, and if we succeed, we try to do it so that it's the first mill in world is ready at 2035, and that will be in Finland and at the same time in Sweden. Otherwise, what we can do is to develop ultra-high strength steel, because using vehicles, it decreases weight, and that is the key issue to reduction of CO2 emissions in all the equipment that moves. Our work is, of course, not to focus on that, what kind of equipment will we do, but we can scientifically support that work. Next, please. So this is what Finnish technology industry has shown. So the left side is our situation today. Well, this is 2016, but this is published, easy to show it. And we are about the same situation today. Target is to go at 2035 is that increasing carbon sink and change totally the business in Finland. The biggest change in industry point of view, this is the right picture, is coming in steel industry, and that is this dark blue area. Next one. So what we can do and what we are doing. So first step is to change the steel mills so that we are not using coal or carbon anymore on iron making and liquid steel making. So here the left side is the iron making processes or steel making processes of SSAB today, and right side is the after these changes. So this is technologically possible, but really challenged to do. There are still some fundamental research to find out. We don't know it. We don't know all. So this kind of work is possible to do, but the change is huge, as you can see. The point is, in right side, we change the process so that we are using huge amount of electricity instead of using carbon. So it's 15 times of that. But zero emission is possible. Next one. Otherwise, what we can do is to develop advanced steel. So our role of task is to develop physical methodology. That is more or less theory, what we can do about that. And our idea is develop so-called fourth generation steel. That means in this left side picture, so that the typical ultra high strength steel today is about 1000 megapascal. So we are now developing steel that is more than 2000 megapascal, and we have done already in laboratory the steel that the strength is 2500. So there are a lot of potential in steel. So after that, metallurgy or theory work, we have to work together with the industry. How to make that on business, or how to make that we have, for example, changed the white of this crane, what is shown in the bottom left. Other task or third task is virtual steel making. This is the development that is essential. This will happen. But before that, we have to understand all the physical phenomena that is covering this steel mill. What it means. That is a huge work to think about, that we can do digital twins to some so big processes. We have started that work, and one of them is nearly ready. Is the hot rolling mill that can be seen in this figure. So what we get after that? We have a risk-free test environment to develop what we want. It means that everything can be more easily, hopefully. It's enabled first time right design, shorter times as well in market. There's a huge potential. Next one. So fourth task is the design. When designing this ultra high strength steel, it means that the rules have to change. Steels are different. It's the quality of the design, quality of the productions, making new equipment have to change. So the design have to change. But the same way, the potential is huge. This is one example that what is done in some trucks, and shown that using ultra high strength steel, we can use 500 kilo reductions, and that means 25 tons reduction in greenhouse gas emission during lifetime. 25 tons in one truck. Oh, this is an interesting picture. But anyway, same thing. This is done as well. This is prototype what we have done. Concrete truck, timber truck, truck container. In concrete truck, we have achieved even nearly 1,000 kilos. So it means saving 11 tons. Timber truck savings possibilities 26 tons. This is at the same time the calculation 10 years and some kilometers. And otherwise 800 kilos in truck container, that means 16 tons, not 160, 16 tons. So let's think about that way. This is only one. In Europe, there are 6 million trucks. How many that is in worldwide, I don't know. How many containers that are in the world? So in that way, thinking, this is possible to do. This is possible to do. This kind of change right now. Thank you. And only one question for all of you. Why don't we start it?
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Komi. I have to say that I appeared here, and I guess my job as timekeeper was to try and keep it short, but I was too interested, which is always a problem for a moderator. Yeah. But I see we've got, well, I know we're overrunning a little bit, but we have one question from the audience, which is, what are the future demands of carbon neutral steel in the world? because new restrictions will increase the cost of steel, do you see the demand still continuing at the same rate as today? And I know that's not an easy one to answer in 2 seconds.
It is a huge question. Yeah, I see it that way, that steel is still cheap metal, definitely. And if you think about whole metals, about 90% of the whole metal consumption is coming on steel. So you can't stop this. It's a huge market.
Yeah.
The point is that we can do this, but is the economy ready for that?
Yeah. The two go together. You're absolutely right.
Mm.
Absolutely right. But at this point, I would like to thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I guess I should practice my Finnish and say something like "Hauskua vappua." I guess we are at Vappu now. The next speaker is Dr. Vinay Kumar, Senior Scientist at VTT Technical Research Centre of Finland. He has been at VTT for more than 3 years, and the main goal of his research work at VTT is to develop innovative solutions for improving the competitiveness of forest products industry and sustainability for the world. He did his doctoral and master studies in chemical engineering from Åbo Academy, and he holds a Bachelor of Technology degree from IIT in India. The presentation is called Sustainable Packaging. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Vinay.
Thank you, John, for the kind introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here presenting in front of you. During these tough times, I hope that you and your families are safe and healthy. On IARFE's behalf, I would also like to welcome you all to this event and thank you to be a part of this. There have been lots of inspiring talks since morning, and we have a lot to learn. And my talk will be on sustainable packaging. But before that, I could briefly introduce VTT. My colleague Alexander actually did a great job in the morning of VTT's introduction, so my introduction will be rather brief. So VTT is the technology powerhouse of Finland. We are one of the leading RDI organizations of Europe. Our activities are actually guided by the vision that a brighter future is created through science-based innovations. Basically, what we do is that we help enterprises and society at large by putting these science-based innovations into practice. And while doing so, we think beyond the obvious solutions. All of you are aware that we have really big challenges in front of us. For example, we are living through one of those challenges currently. And at VTT, we do not do science just for the sake of it, but we really wish to tackle these greatest challenges that we face. And when we are tackling these challenges, we are also developing competitive advantage and sustainable growth for our customers. And we at VTT believe that challenges are in fact an inspiration, and we can use them to our advantage. We are an active and inclusive organization. We have a combination of professionals, customers, and we have a lot of know-how like no other institute around the world. And our purpose is to actually help solve some of the biggest problems that we have in the world currently while maintaining the sustainable growth. Now I'll jump into my talk for today, which is sustainable packaging. Next slide, please. So in this picture, you see a cup, which looks like a plastic cup, but it is made of plant-based material called polylactic acid. And it is a fully recyclable material. And you can also, if you, for example, end up leaving it in the environment, it can also biodegrade over time. So it functions like a plastic cup, but it has the ability to degrade over time, unlike plastic. So coming to the packaging, packaging is something that we use every day. I'm pretty sure that since morning you must have come in contact with 1 or 2 packages yourselves. And the good thing with packaging is that it improves our convenience. We can do a lot of things with packaging, but at the same time, if we don't manage it properly after we have used the contents of the package, then this might be an environmental burden. It can cause trash when not managed properly. And the widespread use of these single-use packaging containers is actually becoming a nuisance all around the world. As you can see, the polluted sea and polluted oceans full of plastic bags. So we would like to go beyond that. Our aim at VTT is to actually go beyond what you see on this slide. We don't want to have this mess in front of us anymore. We want to solve it, and we want to do it in a sustainable manner. So, of course, when we want to solve such a big challenge, there are issues which need to be resolved. One of those issues is the packaging recyclability itself, which is quite limited. The developed world has recycling ecosystems in place, but when we think about the developing world, have the same recycling ecosystem existing there. And then as a day-to-day consumer, you might not even realize the different types of materials that are there in the package. And sometimes these packages are not a single material, but they can be multiple layers, as you see in the picture here, that we have a combination of materials providing different function to the package. But as an end consumer, you might not be aware of that. And I actually, when I was having lunch, I found these two bottles. So to a normal consumer, these actually might look very similar. One might think that they are exactly the same plastic bottles, but that's not the case. Here we have a recyclable bottle. When you return that, you get 20 cents back. On the other hand, this is not the same material, and you cannot actually recycle it to the stream that this bottle goes in. But for a consumer, they look the same. So that's the point when I say that packaging recyclability for a consumer is not very well understood at the moment. That's where we need the development. Another issue is the leakage of these single-use packages. In US, for instance, there is only 28% of these packages recovered. So 72% is actually ending up either in the landfills or in the ocean. So we are not recovering that. Europe is doing slightly better. We have 40% recovery rate for plastics, but it's still not good enough. If we compare this recovery rate to, for example, paper or glass bottles, then there our numbers are in the range of 80%. The governments have started to wake up to this challenge that we are facing. There is a lot of regulatory pressure coming from the governments on these manufacturers of single-use plastics. For example, if we look at the North America, Canada just recently came up with this target of achieving zero plastic waste by 2030. In US, many states have actually come up with the laws that they want to ban single-use plastic. EU is actually leading this effort. EU came up with the single-use plastic directive last year, and they aim to ban all the single-use plastics, especially the 10 most commonly found plastics on the beaches, which were quite alarming. So they want to get rid of at least those plastics first, and then we will move on from there. And since this event is about IARFE, so we can also look at India as an example. India is actually favoring the recyclable packaging. Our overall aim is to push for recyclable packaging formats, and we also want to increase the awareness of the consumer so that they can differentiate between what is recyclable and what is not. And our government is also trying to increase the effort on, for example, the manufacturers which are making these packages, they are trying to push them also for the recyclable packaging. All in all, there has been a lot of effort from the governments all over the world. Next slide, please. So now talking about the companies, FMCG, which is fast moving consumer goods. These are the companies that manufacture our everyday products like Nestle, McDonald's. These are mostly the brand owners that we value in Finland, for example, is FMCG. And these companies are also coming up with new ideas about their packaging. They want to make it more sustainable. In the old days, packaging for an FMCG company used to be just a cost factor. They wanted to keep that cost to minimum, so they would of course use the cheapest materials available. But now the situation is changing because these companies want to have recyclable, more sustainable packages for themselves. They want to convey their stories better to the consumer, that they also care about the environment. And 60% of these companies have actually committed that they would like to improve the recycled content of their packages. 26% of them want to reduce the overall packaging use. Basically, they want to get rid of any excess packaging that is there. Sometimes when you receive one of those Amazon deliveries, you might find that there is a lot of excessive packaging. So some of these FMCG companies are trying to get rid of this excess packaging. And 14% of them are even considering system level changes where they would like to collaborate with the whole value chain and really change the way we consume some product and how we can basically turn around the packaging scenario for that product. Next slide, please. If we look at the future packaging scenario for flexible films, for instance, we are currently using around 400 million tons of these films every year. In next 10 or 15 years, this will grow to almost 600 million ton. So we will have a gap of 200 million ton to be filled. And if you want to fill that gap, of course, there are limited resources. So you cannot simply work with the same material and produce extra amounts. So you would either have to recycle, replace with alternative materials, or maybe even reinvent some of the materials. And next slide, please. So some of these materials that we are working on, cellulose is one of them. At VTT, we have a lot of effort going on cellulose development. This material comes from the trees. It's renewable, it's green, and it has all the potential to replace plastic in certain packaging applications. Next slide, please. So at VTT, we have basically key enabling technologies for cellulose. I have here divided them into 5 different sectors. Fibrillated cellulose is one of them. Then we have a technology called thermocell technology. We have dissolving or regenerated cellulose, and we also have a foam forming concept. And then we have both lab and pilot scale equipment to basically manufacture packaging materials using these different technological materials. Okay, so we have nanocellulose, which is produced from different raw materials like wood. It could be non-wood materials like rice straw, and we can produce these different kinds of nanocellulosic grades from these materials. And the advantage of these nanocellulosic materials is that you can convert them into films which have really excellent properties suitable for packaging applications. For instance, the tensile strength of these films is really good. They are transparent, so basically they fulfill the aesthetic purpose of a package. They have excellent gas and grease barrier. They don't let oxygen or grease through, so that's a win-win situation. And on top of all that, these are biodegradable, they are recyclable, and we can really compost them as well. So this is a whole package which is totally sustainable alternate to plastic. Then we also have the regenerated cellulose films. On this development we have been doing a lot lately. We also have a new pilot line coming up in this particular concept. And here you see a package that has been developed from purely from wood. And you must have seen it in the Finnish supermarkets. For example, this basilica bag that you are seeing, this is fully made of wood, and it does not contain any plastic, and it's a fully recyclable bag as well. So we are developing these kind of concepts, and we are very proud of these. Next slide, please. Then I'll go into the thermocell technology. This one is the one where we improve the cellulose films for their water resistance, because generally the cellulose films or the paper is having poor water barrier. Basically, when you put it into water, it might disintegrate. And we have developed this particular material to overcome that challenge. And when you are using these films to pack, you also need heat sealability. You need the temperature to seal the bags. And generally, the cellulose films are not suitable for that. But we have this new material which actually allows heat sealing as well. So now we have a combination of bio-based material coming from wood, having all the barrier properties required, having all the function required for a package. And when we combine these materials together, we can end up with a package which is excellent at recyclability, comes from a green source, and is also biodegradable. These are some examples of these combination of materials that we have developed over the past years. And these are films developed by combining these different technologies. And these are excellent examples. At least we are very proud of them. Last slide, I'll focus a bit on the foam forming. You might be aware of the polystyrene that comes in your Amazon packaging. We have a lot of these white foam-like sometimes we call it thermocol. Those are very nasty materials, and we want to get rid of them. So here we have a 100% bio-based or cellulose-based concept, which has been prepared by foam forming. And we can use these materials as alternatives to polystyrene. So the innovations that I have shared with you here, they are just material innovations. And sometimes material innovations might not be enough to achieve the sustainability goals. So we might need system level approaches where we would need to have collaboration with the whole value chain so that we can change the way we pack something and change the way we recycle it. So that's my take on sustainable packaging. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. You packed a lot into a very short time. Thank you so much for presenting it so well too. You mentioned about the regulations around the world and how they are actually developing rapidly. And there's one that troubles me greatly, and I wanted to get your view on it, and that is that the EU is proposing to ban the use of these modified celluloses used in single-use products. And I have my own opinion about it, which is not so good, but I just wondered what your take on it was.
Yes, John, that's a question that we ourselves have been pondering on as well, because that changes the way we also look at the normal fiber-based packaging, because sometimes you might have some of the modified material in there. And we are very concerned about this particular change in the directive or the way that it has been put. But we also feel that with our research efforts and with increased understanding of these materials, let's say increasing the awareness of the people who are making these decisions, might help us in the long run. And of course, the directive has been prepared with feedback from experts, but we do feel that there can still be a lot that can be incorporated there to improve our understanding more than what we have now.
Okay, thank you. I have to say, from my own personal view, that this sort of blanket ban on modified cellulose is a huge problem for us in the forest sector in Finland. And
yeah.
The next presenter is Dr. Anuj Kumar. He is working as a senior scientist at the Natural Resources Institute Finland, a colleague of mine. He received his Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Chemistry from Meerut University in 2007, an MSc in Wood Science and Technology at the Forest Research Institute, deemed University in India, and a PhD in Chemical Engineering from Malaysia. I would just hand over to him now to give this presentation, New Dimensions of Wood as a Functional Biomaterial for Diverse Applications. Anush, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, John, for nice introduction. Before starting my slides, so my condolences to all the family members, those have been lost during this COVID situation in India, and I hope in coming time we will come out from this situation. So now today I'm going to talk about what might be the potential functional material can be derived from the wood. So before moving to the main slides, I would like to give brief introduction about my institute. Luke is one of the leading institute in Finland which dealing the renewable natural resources based research. It covers the agriculture and food based research. It covers the forestry based research as well as the blue economy based research also. Luke is one of the 4 statistical institute of Finland, and we have almost 1,300 employees in Finland, employed in Luke. And Luke have 4 main research program. One is profitability and responsibility primary production, circular bioeconomy, climate smart circular carbon, adaptive and resilient bioeconomy, and stationary services. So I'm going to talk about wood and how we can develop more functional material based of wood. So as we know that the future sustainable development of any nation is depending on how that nation is moving forward for fossil fuel based society, and that is possible only by introducing the bio-based material in the system. And as we know that wood is a complex material which has been optimized its structure from last 270 million years, and it got very unique structure with very pronounced anisotropy and as well as remarkable physical and mechanical properties. And it have full potential to replace the fossil fuel-based material in the coming time. So I just want to show this one very nice example, how sustainable and durable wood is if we are able to use it efficiently. This is the Horayuji temple in Japan, which was built in 1607 AD. So almost 1500 years ago, this building was built. And this building is like about 122 feet in height. And during this 1500 years of time, there has been 46 time earthquake, which is more than 7.0 Richter scale. And still this building is very stable and look like it's not going to be in coming centuries. So would give us a platform how we can move towards bio-based economy and how we can generate fossil-free waste society. Moving to this slide, I just want to give brief background about wood. So as you can see, wood is hierarchical structure which is composed of cell wall, and cell wall have different chemicals such as hemicellulose, lignin, and cellulose. So they are combining together and built up this wood as a strong structure. And in figure 2, you can see that cellulose fibrils are the main building block of wood, and that cellulose fibrils are bonded together with the help of hemicellulose as well as lignin. So all these biochemicals have their own function within the wood system. But when come towards the utilization side of wood, So some of these materials, these chemical compounds are not favorable. So we have to remove some of these chemicals from wood to make the ideal uses. In this slide, you can see this is the current classical utilization pattern of woody biomass. So we got the log from the forest, and it went to the sawmilling industries, and they have been converted into different stream. Some part goes to biorefineries. We got some bioactive chemicals. Some went to the pulp paper industries to make the paper and other fibrous metal to make the paper-based product. And some goes to the direct sawmill, and from sawmill they went for timber fabrication. Some of them went for other wood-based product fabrication, and so on. This is the classical utilization pattern of wood. But what we can see that would have several disadvantages. One of this is that it got moisture fluctuation very easily. So we have to give certain kind of treatment so this moisture fluctuation did not take place. So we have come up different solutions such as physical modification. And physical modification is like one of the basic principle. We can increase the properties of wood-based material. And nowadays we are living in the society where we are talking about wood-based buildings. And this is possible only because of new ideas how we can modify the timber, such as cross-laminated timber, which take up the society or countries to move forward to make the high stories building out of wood. But there are some other ideas how we can use this wood as a functional biomaterial. So it is possible only by removing some certain chemical from the wood. For example, here, if we remove the lignin without disturbing the natural cellulosic alignment of wood, we have endless possibilities how we can generate more functional material using natural template of cellulose come out from the wood. So my talk will be focusing about delignified wood and its functional applications. So preparation of delignified wood is not a new technology. It is coming from the same classical pulping technology. But the idea is that we did not disturb the natural structure of cellulose within the wood and remove the lignin in the controlled manner. So we can go the fully bio-based template for further material development. And that is called delignified wood. Either we can remove the lignin fully or partially from the wood. That they both have different advantages and disadvantages. So these are some current ongoing scientific areas where this delignified wood can be used. So there are endless applications of delignified wood where it can replace the fossil-based materials. I have combined these functional applications into 4 areas. One is structural material, then energy storage and electronics, and other functional materials and membranes. So I will briefly explain about these applications in the coming slides. But before that, I would like to give the ideas how this delignified wood can be transformed into functional material if we use these mentioned methods, such as after removing the lignin, we can inflate the polymer inside the delignified wood and we go to the functional material. We can densify the delignified wood and we can grow the nanoparticles within the cellulose. We can use it without giving any further treatments. And we can give some surface treatment for other functional applications. So all are depending on the application we are targeting. So first, you can see in this slide, I'm talking about structural material. Structural material means that where we can use this material for different, building design or making a structure of any structure, such car or any other materials. So for first, on the left side, you can see after removing certain percentage of lignin, we can easily densify the wood surface, or even you can reduce the total thickness of wood more than 80% of its original. So its strength properties increased by 12%, and the toughness is increased by 10%. Because while densifying it, these cellulose form the hydrogen bonding with each other and make it a compact structure. Similarly, on the right side, this is one example. We can use this delignified wood as a high performance thermal insulator. And it have this, along the fiber have different properties, and across the fiber have different properties. And they have high potential to replace these fossil fuel-based insulating materials that has been used for so many applications. Here you can see on the left side, we can design the interior part of the car using this delignified wood as a base material. What we need to do, we just need to infiltrate the delignified wood with some polymers and densify it, and we can get different shape and sizes of these materials. We can make further more application. We can make polymeric wood. Polymeric wood means that we can add different kind of polymers inside the delignified wood and get the functional polymers and functional polymer based materials. Next application, did you imagine that we can have a transparent wood? But this is possible. Earlier, Dr. Veena have talked about nanocellulose. Actually, nanocellulose also derived from the same method. But that nanocellulose is more energy intensive process. There are so many in-between methods has been used to get the nanofibril cellulose. But in this process, we just need to remove the lignin in a controlled manner and replace the lignin with some other functional polymers, infuse the cell wall, and we can get these properties, transparency. Imagine in the future, we have glass windows that is made of wood. That is possible, and this work is coming up day by day. And even other than we can introduce some more functional property there. We can make the window as a heat shield. Like usually we cannot control the heat coming through the windows, but using transparent wood, it is possible in the future. And sometime, and other possibility is that we can make a ultraviolet shielding transparent wood that can replace the glass windows in the future. And another interesting area, which is I think quite useful for many applications. First application, it can be used as a oil and water separation. As you know that we have been depending on oil a lot, so it need to be transported by heavy shipments. So sometime if some accident happen, then all the oil and crude oil leakaging in the sea and the oceans. So what we need to do, we need some kind of technologies to remove these kind of oil from water. And there also we are depending on fossil-based materials. So we can replace that fossil fuel-based forms using this delignified wood. And another area about water desalination. So if we use this delignified wood, and it can desalinate the water using some kind of heat, and the ions, the NaCl ions can deposit in the wood cell wall, and the hot water can evaporate pure water can evaporate from the surfaces that can be recollected. And we can make the ionic membrane. Ionic membrane have so many applications in this, in lithium-ion batteries and some other areas. And other interesting areas is like we can use this delignified wood in the solar cell fabrication, where it can replace the glasses also. So the future applications are so many. This is another area. This is energy storage materials. There are so many energy storage materials. So it's like that they can absorb the daylight energy and release it during the dark time or in the cold time. We can make the thermochromic wood as well as. So there are some other very interesting application. You can see that we can fabricate the textile directly from wood using this delignified wood. We can make a nanoscale imprint on the wood surface. Just need to delignify the surface. And you see there's another application. We can have a speaker diaphragm that is made of wood, and that is possible by using delignified wood. So in all and all, I can say that, and another area we can use this cellulose as a biomaterial for medical treatment. For example, we can use this delignified wood as a scaffold for bone tissue engineering. And this is some example how the cell culture are moving within the wood cell wall. This is very simple, and each cell wall can easily biomimicking the natural bone. So in the conclusion, I can say that wood is a bio-based and renewable and mechanically robust scaffold, and that can be very useful for future application that can in the form of delignified wood. What we need to do, we just need to remove the lignin in controlled manner without disturbing the natural cellulosic structures. So the possibilities are endless. So I'm concluding my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and it was really very, very interesting talk. I'm sure the audience would agree as well. There is one question that has come in, if the organizers will allow me just to ask you one question at the end of the talk, and that is that can you please throw some light on the combustion behavior of the delignified wood in particular?
I don't have answer of this question, but definitely I will consider this studying this behavior in my ongoing project. But I can say that I have done some work about preparation of activated carbon out of this delignified wood. There I have used different range of temperature to carbonize it from 500 to 700 degrees Celsius. But I did not consider this behavior.
Excellent. And thank you so much for the presentation once again. I think the speakers have all done a fantastic job, and our thanks to them. And I'll hand back now to the embassy.
Thank you, Dr. John Kettle, for moderating this session. And that was great to hear. How can we work towards sustainability and carbon neutral future? Welcome back to our final session on circular economy. This session is moderated by Dr. Karthik Sindhya, Senior Artificial Intelligence Scientist, Silo AI, Finland. Dr. Sindhya, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's my privilege to be moderating this elite panel. And we have a nice set of talks to introduce us to the world of circular economy. And I'll just give a brief introduction, and then we can directly go to the talks as it is. So let's say that circular economy is one of the most important topics of common interest to majority of the countries around the world, because we have just one living world called Earth, and we want to safeguard. And the living organisms or living beings have always followed a circular, let's say, way of living. So the material flows circularly. What I mean is that somebody's waste is somebody else's food, and then everything is used, and then when you die or when the living organism dies, everything returns back to Earth. So, and this has worked over, let's say, millions of years, and probably will work millions of years from now. But it seems that more recently, for several years now, human beings have been following more or less a linear way of working, and then we are basically using resources linearly. And for example, you buy phones, and then a new iPhone is released, you throw and you buy a new iPhone, and this way of using resources will not help us in any way. So in this way, there's something needs to be changed so that this is compatible with the way living beings have been living around for millions of years. So in that way, this kind of topic is quite important, and we have quite lively group of scientists who have been working actively on this topic. And let me introduce our first speaker, Professor Sadip Bankar, and he is working as an assistant professor of bioprocess engineering at Aalto University School of Chemical Engineering. And he has published quite a lot. He has supervised 3 PhDs, 4 postdocs, and he is also a DST Inspire faculty, which is award which has been given to him from the Department of Science and Technology. And his research focus has been on the bioprocess of value-added biomolecules, chemicals and materials, fermentation and purification of biomolecules, etc. And he has also been recently working with quite a lot of startup companies.
Thank you, Dr. Karthik. I hope I'm audible there. Today we will discuss on circular economy, and as Dr. Karthik has rightly mentioned, that this is a most important topic of the today's world. And so these are some of the key figures which are mentioning our global success, and which is quite evident that Aalto University is top technical universities of the Finland, one of the largest universities of the Finland. And we have 6 schools ranging from the arts and business and design and chemical engineering and engineering science. Now these schools, they are just for the administrative purpose. They are divided into 6 parts. But as far as research is concerned, there is a lot of activities going inter-school. So there are no boundaries between these schools. So we have got a lot of cooperation with the School of Engineering and Arts and Business and the Science also. Next slide, please. Yeah, so today I'll mainly discuss about the basics, introduction about the circular economy. And then we will study 2 case studies. One, I selected 2 examples, one from the biochemical side and another from biomaterial side. From biochemical side, we will discuss about the biobutanol, and then from the biomaterial side, we will discuss about the bacterial cellulose and its modification. Could you please go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Yeah, so as Dr. Karthik has rightly mentioned right at the beginning, the linear economy is like take, make, and dispose. So basically, we will take example of fossil fuel. We are taking the natural resources, crude oil from the nature. We are converting it into gasoline or let's say kerosene or any other industrial solvents. We are preparing some products out of that and then disposing it after its use is being done. And in this linear economy, you can see that we are generating lots and lots amount of wastes. So it is not good for humanity, good for the nature, and good for the natural resources also. But what are the drivers for the change? Why do we need to change from the linear economy to the circular economy? And as it is quite evident that the business model, everything is in the current world, everyone is looking for the business models, the profits and loss. And if you see the economical structure, then linear economy is not at all profitable. Because, for example, many companies, they need to pay higher prices for the carbon footprint, amount of carbon that those industries are releasing into the environment. Or for that matter, some of the industries, they need to pay huge sum of money for wastewater, which contains heavy metal, rare earth elements, and so on and so forth. So there comes the need of a circular economy. One of the most important aspects that I would like to highlight is demographic trends. Now, what does demographic trends means? That because the natural resources, they are diversified. In some locations, you are finding huge amount of resources. For example, nowadays, everyone is talking about the electric cars. But we are forgetting that in order to have electric cars, we need really high-end batteries, and which need rare earth elements. And these rare earth elements, they are not available in each and every part of the world. They are located in some part of the world. They are located in different geographical locations. So basically, just like a fossil fuel, everyone has to rely on those geographical regions, and which also includes then again the international politics and so many other things. So we have to consider those aspects also. I would like to utilize this session to throw some of the key questions. For example, again, we'll take example of electric car. Electric car is environment friendly, no doubt about that. But what about its battery? Are we going to recycle the batteries and not just dump those batteries? Electric cars, they are environment friendly only if we are using the environment friendly manufacturing process, it's the charging process, and it's a disposable process. And unless we are doing this, the electric car, which we are considering environment friendly, they will rather generate more carbon footprints than the regular diesel car. So I'm not here to compare the electric cars and diesel car. The point here is, if we don't accept the circular economy concept, then any technology that we are developing, apparently it seems to be environment friendly, but it is not. So we have to think from its manufacturing point of view, we have to think from its regular operational point of view, and we have to also think from its disposable point of view. And then urbanization and technological advancement can be used to facilitate the circular economy aspect. Yeah, so there is a wider transition. So we have to identify the challenge and then explore our knowledge to utilize the circular economy. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as far as European Union is concerned, it is they are taking really big efforts for the circular economy and sustainable city and sustainable society development. As far as Finland is concerned, the Finland's roadmap to achieve the circular economy involve 5 focus areas, which includes the sustainable food system, forest-based loop, then technical loop, then transportation and logistic loop, and then joint actions among all the loops those were mentioned in here. So it is extremely important to consider all these aspects and close the natural loop. For example, what do I mean closing the natural loop is, for example, we are consuming a lot of products and we are generating a lot of waste material. So we need to utilize those waste material again into the circulation system. A classic example is carbon dioxide. Most of the consumables that we are using is generating carbon dioxide, be it's a manufacturing process or disposable process or its operational processes. So how can we utilize this carbon dioxide again into the system? In the morning session, we have already seen a presentation wherein they were using power to X technology. So that is one of the ways to utilize the carbon dioxide again back into the system. In our research team, we are utilizing the carbon dioxide in the form of using the biological resources to produce biomaterials and biochemicals to produce in a biological environment friendly way. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as I mentioned, the current policy framework, the EU is very proactive in here. Next slide, please. And then basically, circular design, you have to develop a new business model. We cannot just stick to the existing business model, because your cycle is reversed now. Earlier it was a linear, you're just disposing and piling up waste. Now we are reversing the cycle. So you have to again change your business model accordingly to suit this. Next slide. Yes. So now we will discuss two case studies. We are utilizing the biological feedstock, natural resources to produce biochemical and biomaterial. Now, question comes: do we have sufficient feedstock? If we see around, we see a lot of feedstock. What do I mean? Feedstock means which, as far as biological feedstock is concerned, it should be rich with the cellulose and carbohydrate-rich material, so that we can convert those cellulosic part into different materials and chemicals. I was discussing with one of the companies about bioethanol producers in India, and that person, he was saying that, where is a feedstock, where is a substrate? And that was a shocking statement, because when we see it around, we see a lot of feedstock, but as far as its commercial applicability is concerned, we don't see feedstock, because there are several challenges associated with that. I'll come to that part a little bit later in the next slide. But here, the point I wanted to highlight is the feedstock is not a generic term. We cannot use the feedstock that is being utilized here in Finland. For example, Finland is blessed with a huge amount of forest resources. Almost 74 to 76% of land area is covered by forest in Finland. So it is quite obvious to utilize the lignocellulosic material, the forest feedstock, for generation of materials and chemicals. But we cannot use the forest as a feedstock in India, because the situations are different in India. In India, we can use, for example, bagasse or molasses or press mud as a starting material, as a feedstock. But we cannot use that here in Finland. So we have to consider these aspects also while developing the circular society or circular cities. Next slide, please. We will discuss in next slide the challenges about the feedstock. As I mentioned, we should have a feedstock which supply should be sufficient throughout the year. Then transportation cost must also be considered. For example, we see a lot of research activities on preparing some materials and chemicals from the cigarette butts. But do we have sufficient amount of a cigarette butts at one place? If not, then we have to move from one place to another. For example, coffee bean waste material. So we have to move from one place to another to collect those feedstock. And while doing so, we are again contributing more carbon footprints there. So we have to consider these small aspects which are actually compiling and piling toward the end as a huge negative result. Next slide, please. Here comes the first case. So we have been doing quite a lot of work on bioprocessing of biobutanol. Biobutanol, next slide, please. So biobutanol is a second generation or next generation biofuel, you could say. It's an alternative to bioethanol. You can see next second column of N-butanol and third column isobutanol, and you can just see the chemical properties. This is just a comparative table. The chemical properties of butanol are very close to the gasoline as compared to the ethanol, and that is why it is its energy density and its other properties, for example, engine compatibility, they are very good as compared to ethanol. The problem with bioethanol now is there is a huge risk of a water contamination. So you need to have a spatial piping and spatial systems to transport the bioethanol. Then again, its energy content is low, so you'll have a cold start problem with your car. And then you cannot blend bioethanol in a gasoline more than 15%. So these are some of the issues which are not seen in a biobutanol. Next slide, please. So although this biobutanol is having a huge better properties than ethanol, it is still not yet commercialized because there are several challenges associated with that. And one of the challenges, as I mentioned, is feedstock. And these feedstock challenges are also valid for the ethanol also, because all the bioethanol is commercial. It is its second generation plant, commercial plant, is still struggling. Not many countries, they are not able to start second generation bioethanol. What second generation means? Non-food material. Whatever bioethanol that we are getting is coming from the carbohydrate rich food material, the corn or starch or any other material. And In Finland, one of the companies, they started this operation, but they're still struggling. And in India also, as per my understanding, they don't have any second generation bioethanol commercial plant. There are some demonstration plants here and there, but as far as commercial plants, there are no or very few commercial plants are operational. Next slide, please. So in order to commercialize this butanol, there are three major segments: bioprocess engineering, metabolic engineering, and genetic engineering. I'm mainly working on genetic engineering. Next slide, please. So yeah, here we were giving pre-treatment to the feedstock and produce the material from the fermentable sugars, so that we can use these fermentable sugars to produce biobutanol. And this work was done by my 2 PhD students working in India. So the material there we used was sugarcane bagasse and molasses and press mud. Next slide, please. This is very interesting. This is the biosynthetic pathway of butanol. So butanol, along with butanol, you also produce acetone and ethanol. You cannot produce exclusive butanol in microorganism, and that is why the process is commonly known as ABE process, acetone, butanol, and ethanol process. But this acetone is creating a problem. So because it is not alcohol. So if you want to reduce the acetone production, one of the strategies is to just block the biosynthetic pathway of acetone. But if you block the biosynthetic pathway of acetone, then that eventually blocks the butanol pathway also. I think we are running short of time, so maybe I'll just skip these slides and we will straight away jump to the cellulose slide. Could you please go to the next slide? Yeah, here we were doing some genetic engineering work. Next slide. I'll just summarize this study in next 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll conclude. So first case was by butanol production, and then second case was by bacterial cellulose production. So next slide, please. So here, this is my last slide. So here, what people were doing as of now to produce cellulose by using bacteria, and they were producing the cellulose by using bacteria, or they were from the lignocellulosic material, and then they would functionalize it. They will modify the cellulose for its varied application, for example, in biomedical or in any other area. What we are doing here is we are functionalizing or modifying the cellulose during its production, for example, in a bioreactor. So as soon as the bacterial cellulose is produced by the bacteria, we are adding some additives there, and those additives, they are actually intermingling with the produced bacterial cellulose, and you can functionalize or you can modify the bacterial cellulose in a single step operation. The biggest advantage of this process is this is sustainable and environment friendly process, because we are not using any harsh chemicals here. There is no usage of any harsh chemicals. The problem with the existing processes, they are claiming that they are environment friendly processes, but they are using some solvents, and those solvents again need further treatment. So they are basically generating secondary waste. They are not primary, but the secondary waste, and the secondary waste also need to be processed because it is before it is being released into the drainage. So those kind of things are avoided here in this process. So we are claiming this to be a environment friendly, green, sustainable process, and we were able to produce conductive bacterial cellulose. You can see the last picture there. Bacterial cellulose as such doesn't have any conductive properties, but we use graphene and then intercalated graphene to the cellulose, which produced conductive material and which has application in biosensor or any other area. So with this, next slide, please. I'll conclude this talk. If you have any question or comments, then I would be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a nice, insightful talk. Next speaker, and the topic is microbial biotechnology, a sustainable way to circular bioeconomy. Welcome, Professor Vinod. He's currently working as a principal scientist in Microbial Process Technology Division in National Institute of Interdisciplinary Science and Technology at Trivandrum. He has a PhD in biotechnology from University of Kerala in Thiruvananthapuram, and he has been a postdoctoral fellow at Korean Institute of Energy Research in South Korea, and later joined CSIR in Tirupathuram. His research has been in the area of biomass, converting biomass to fuels and chemicals, biopolymers, and enzyme technology. He has more than 130 publications, and his name is listed in top 2% of scientists in year 2019 in a study conducted by Stanford University. And he has several awards and fellowships, like the Young Scientist Award from International Forum on International Bioprocess, France Kerala State Young Scientist Award, Elsevier Impactful Research Award, and many, many more, like the Marie Curie Fellow, etc. He is a Fellow of International Society of Energy, Environment, and Sustainability. He is a National Honorary Advisor Board Member for Center for Energy and Environmental Sustainability India and Central Office Executive of the Biotech Research Society India.
Thank you, Dr. Karthik, for the nice introduction. So, good evening all. Myself, Binod, I am from CSIR National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology, which is located in the south of India in a state called Kerala. So at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunities to share our research, and I believe this is a very good platform to interact the researchers of India, Finland, and Estonia, and to establish the further research collaborations. And I had a couple of collaborations already with Finland, Estonia, with Dr. Narasimha Shrupali. He's earlier from University of Eastern Finland and Kuopio, and now he's at the Natural Resource Institute, Finland. And also with the Professor Merlin Rod from Estonian University of Life Sciences under the DST sponsored funded project in InnoIndigo, and also another project, Serbo funded project. So all these collaborations made a very potentially successful, and we are moving ahead to make these projects into a commercial level. So basically, I work on the microbial biotechnology, where our focus is mainly on the sustainable production of fuels and chemicals of industrial importance. So why the world need a circular economy? Especially, I am working on the circular bioeconomy, so I will make it as a circular bioeconomy. So our there is a major fault in our current economy, as my earlier speaker told about a linear economy and a circular economy. So we have failed to value the nature, and we need to accelerate the transformation to climate and a nature positive economy. And the biological resources are the major central to the circular bioeconomy. So this offers a framework for using natural resources as a capital to transform and manage our land, food, health, and industrial systems. And the goal is to achieve a sustainable well-being in harmony with the nature. So in this circular economy, the biomass have a very wonderful role, especially the agricultural waste biomass offers a very high potential in the framework of circular bioeconomy. Next slide, please. So still we depends almost 80% of our energy need from fossil fuels. So, and the industrial production of wide range of chemicals and synthetic polymers are still heavily relies on the fossil resources. So we, in our institute, we are looking for an alternative to fossil fuels, and we are now looking for the production of industrially important fuels and chemicals through the natural renewable resources using several biological methodologies and bioprocess technology. Next slide, please. So the lignocellulosic biomass basically consisting of cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And these cellulose and hemicellulose are highly important because they are actually the major raw material for the microorganisms for their growth and development and production of various chemicals. So as all of you know, the cellulose consisting of polymer of glucose and hemicellulose consisting of a polymer of both C6 sugars and C5 sugars. So these raw materials makes a very good resources for further development of bioprocess. Next slide, please. So my earlier speaker, Professor Sandeep, mentioned about the availability of biomass. So way back in 2010, we conducted a survey of the availability of biomass in India. In India, mainly generate almost 600 million metric tons of agriculture residue annually. And we found that most of these agriculture residue are used by the farmers themselves, because in India, the farmers use this agriculture residue for their daily needs, like daily fuel needs and daily household needs and other purposes. So we found that almost 90% of the cereal crop what we produce in India are used by the farmers domestically. And there is only 10% of surplus biomass available. But if you see the availability of this 10%, that is actually sufficient to support the bioeconomy. So we conducted a survey, and based on the survey, we found that there are several agriculture residues are available surplus in India, which accounts almost 79%, 79 million metric tons. Sugarcane tops are available in India, because the sugarcane tops, after the harvesting of sugar, the top and bottom portion of the plant is actually a waste, and nobody is used that waste, and the farmers just simply burn that waste in their field. And after the sugarcane tops, the cotton plant residue, that also almost 11 million metric tons of cotton plant waste are available in India. And in addition to that, dry straw, wheat straw, bagasse, corn stover, chili post-harvest residue, and bamboo waste. All these waste materials are available in surplus in India, which can be used, or which is actually enough to sustain the bioeconomy, especially in India. Next slide, please. So we work actually on the microorganisms, especially the bacteria. So as most of these bacteria are beneficial to human beings, even though some bacteria are not detrimental to the human, but several bacteria are highly beneficial to our human beings. So what we do in our institute is using these biomass resources as a raw material that we fed to the bacteria. And this bacteria is actually a microbial cell factory that produces n number of chemicals during their growth and development. And we are exploiting these chemicals for the development of our economy. Next slide, please. So these are some of the microbial mediated chemicals we are working on. So the renewable resources like sugars, lignocellulosic biomass, and the glycerol from biodiesel industry generated glycerol, all these are using as a raw material for the production of these chemicals. There are a lot of opportunities for the production of various diols like ethylene glycol, then 1,3 and 2,3 propanediol, then butane diols. And in addition to that, there are all these monomers, or all these chemicals can be used for the production of different polymers like polyethylene, terephthalate, or PTT, or other fuels like bioethanol, biobutanol, fine chemicals like 1,3 propanediol, and cosmetics and other pharmaceuticals. So we are working on the production of some chemicals like 1,3 propanediol using biodiesel industry generated glycerol, using a isolated microorganism which comes under the Lactobacillus genus, and we are getting almost 50 to 60 gram per liter yield of 1,3 propanediol. In addition to that, we are also working on the production of 2,3-butanediol using an enterobacter, and we are also using a plant extract as a source for the production of hydroxymethylfurfural. And this hydroxymethylfurfural we are converting, or we are using this hydroxymethylfurfural using a biotransformation approaches to produce furan dicarboxylic acid. Next slide, please. So I will just come upon some of these activities, major highlight of the research of these activities on the production of 1,3 propanediol and 2,5 furan dicarboxylic acid. So 1,3 propanediol is a industrially important biodiol with numerous applications, and it is an essential monomer to synthesize polytrimethylene terephthalate, and it is also used in the production of other polymers, cosmetics, food lubricant, and other medical applications. Next slide, please. So the major market potential of this 1,3 propanediol is in the personal care products, cosmetics, and cleaning products. And it is predicted that India, China, and Brazil are the several growth opportunities for the production of these chemicals. And the earlier, in almost 10 years back, the major production of 1,3-propanediol depends upon the fossil fuels. Now DuPont has come up with a biological method for the production of 1,3-propanediol, and with this bio-based 1,3-propanediol production, there is almost 56% less in the greenhouse gas emission, and it consumes 42% less non-renewable energy than the petroleum-based PDO. Next slide. So the companies like Degussa and Shell earlier have a process using a chemical method for the production of 1,3-propanediol using acrolein and ethylene oxide as a raw material for the production. But these are highly energy intensive and required expensive and toxic catalyst. And the DuPont has come with a genetically modified microorganisms that can convert glucose to 1,3-propanediol in a single reaction. So this is a very green approach for the production of 1,3-propanediol. Next slide. Next slide, please. So here we are using the different biomasses, especially rice straw and sugarcane bagasse for the production of 1,3-propanediol. So this rice straw or the agriculture residue, after milling, we will go for a slight dilute acid pretreatment, and whatever the sugars or the C6 sugars what we are getting after the pretreatment, that is used for the production of bioethanol, which is a green biofuel. And the pentose sugars, which is mainly consisting in the acid pretreated liquor, which is mainly consisting of arabinose and xylose, that we are using for the production of 1,3-propanediol. So here we also use the crude glycerol that is generated from the biodiesel industry, which is actually a waste from the biodiesel industry that is also used, that is actually converted by the microorganism to 1,3-propanediol. Next slide. So the difference between the DuPont process and our process is that the DuPont uses the corn as a raw material, but in India we cannot use food material for the production of any of these chemicals. So we are using the waste glycerol that is produced from the biodiesel industry generated glycerol plants. Next slide. So we isolated an organism which is a Lactobacillus brevis, which is actually a non-pathogenic and autoflocculant and microaerobic. And we developed a bioprocess which include both upstream operations and downstream operations for the production of this chemical. Next slide, please. So the isolation mainly involves a soil enrichment technique. We isolated this organism, and we did a lot of statistical optimization development for the development of this bioprocess, a fermentative production of 1,3-propanediol. Next slide, please. And once we develop this process in a lab scale, we transform this lab to reactors, and we develop this process up to 20-liter reactor scale. Next slide, please. And finally, we developed the entire process flow chart, starting from the upstream operations and the downstream operations, which include actually aqueous two-phase extraction process, where we could able to recover almost 90% of the 1,3-propanediol produced. And another beauty of this reaction is under this fermentation process, we could able to generate two other products, which is a lactic acid and acetic acid. So these are actually the byproduct in the production process, and we could that is lactic acid is actually a high value chemical that is having a lot of application in the biopolymer industry. Next slide, please. So we did a SWOT analysis. The strength of our process is actually we use a wild organism, which is generally regarded as a safe, and the high value products like lactic acid are produced in the production process. The weaknesses are that we are looking for an industry partner to develop this process a little more commercially, to see the commercial feasibility. And we use a aqueous two-phase extraction. So we need to evaluate this extraction process in an industrial setup, so to make it a more efficient. The opportunity for us is an environmental friendly process, and there is no player in India on the production of this. But the major threat is that the high capex, which drives away the startup. We have a discussion with several startups in India, but the major problem is the high capex which is required, which may not be able to take up by the startups. and there is a lack of awareness about the benefit of 1,3-propanediol. And in India, at present there is no stringent rule or government regulations on the bio-based production of the chemicals. Next slide, please. So another chemical is a 2,5-furan dicarboxylic acid, which is a bio-based bio-based product which can used for the production of polyethylene furanate, which is actually a fossil which can replace the fossil-based polyethylene terephthalate. So here we isolated an organism from the Himalayan regions of India, and we found that this organism is able to transform hydroxymethyl furfural to furan dicarboxylic acid with almost a 100% conversion and FTCA yield of almost 87%. So with a sorghum plant extract, we could able to generate almost 56% conversion of plant extract to hydroxymethyl furfural. So now this process is now in the lab scale, and we are now moving ahead for the commercialization of this or more scale up of this process. Next slide. So this is my conclusion. The microorganisms perform a diverse role in our planet, which are more important to make our Earth a sustainable ecosystem. And these microbial can successfully use for the sustainable development. And the lignocellulose biomass could be a renewable feedstock to produce a commodity chemicals in a sustainable manner under a circular bioeconomy framework. So next slide. So with this, I would like to stop here, and I would like to seek the further collaborations on this bioeconomy area. Thank you very much.
What are the constraints to use sugarcane residues for circular economy?
No, sugarcane residue as such, the problem now is there is no centralized collection center, because whatever farmers produce, the collection is the major constraint. And the second thing is the storage of the material. Once the storage in a climatic conditions like India, where the humidity is very high, so the material is degraded, or there we can see the fungal growth within the 2 weeks time. So the major constraint is the decentralized the collection and the storage of the material. Other thing is all we address, because there is no issue on the conversion process, because we have developed the process for the conversion of the sugarcane trash into the sugars, fermentable sugars, and other processes are already we can address whatever the issues are there.
Yeah, another quick question: is diol or furan carboxylic acid being produced by second-generation biomass anywhere in the world? Professor Sandeep is asking.
Actually, now a lot of companies are started. Even you can see that there are several Chinese players are started on the production of 1,3-propanediol using biological method, and even furan dicarboxylic acids also. There are some companies are already working on the production of this using biological method. But mostly they are using the catalytic method, conversion of the biomass directly to a catalytic process, not using any microbial process.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. It was a very insightful talk. Professor Timo Kikausken, the talk is on utilization of urban greening waste, a way towards greener transportation. Professor Timo received his PhD degree from Georgia Institute of Technology in the field of analytical environmental chemistry. He has worked as a researcher in USA, Japan, Finland, and Estonia. And he has been a director of the Institute of College of Tartu University and study program manager of environmental engineering curriculum at University of Tartu. Presently, he's the chair professor of biosystems engineering.
So thank you again for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. And for India, I think it's late at night, so good evening. And as Professor Karthik said, I'm from Estonian University of Life Sciences, which is a top 3 university in Estonia, and is dealing mostly with the life sciences, meaning the agricultural technologies, bioenergy, biofuels, and the last 2 are the ones that I am dealing with mostly in my research. I planned at first to talk about torrefaction, because that is one of the latest directions that we have taken in our research for both bioenergy and biochemicals production. However, as torrefaction is actually dealing mostly with woody biomass, and as already some people mentioned here, woody biomass is not really something that is widely available in India. So I decided to talk about another project, or actually series of projects, one of which was also in collaboration with Dr. Binod, the last speaker, and where we looked at the different ways to, you can switch to the next slide, different ways to make biofuels cheaply. And as you know, the need for bioenergy is great, and one of the main problems being that bioenergy carriers are not very energy intensive. Also, they require transportation because they're widely spread, and so it's not so easy to actually meet those goals that we have put in front of ourselves in order to change from the fossil fuels towards the bioenergy. Next slide, please. So at the moment, what we have in bioenergy mostly used is cereal and sugar cultures. And I am sure that India will agree that it's not really responsible to use cereal and any kind of food culture for fuel production. Then there is a woody biomass, energy crops, of course, both of which will also contribute to different land usage, which also might affect the food security on the long run. Microalgae, very interesting object also for research. However, doesn't really grow very well in a climate like Estonia. So if you can grow it only maybe half a year at the most, then it might not be as useful as we could expect. And then there are agricultural residues, which has also been widely researched for that purpose. And I specifically named it residues instead of waste, because from the circular economy point of view, there is no waste. So it is a residue that we want to use for something else. However, one biomass that is available everywhere in the world, next slide please, is the greening waste. I understand that in India you might not have the fall leaves, but you do have a lot of greenery also in the cities. I've been in your cities and they do have a lot of greenery. So this is a waste that at the moment, at least in Estonia, goes unused. Next slide, please. And even in climate like Estonia, which has all 4 seasons, we do have different kinds of waste almost all through the year. Winter, of course, doesn't really have much, as most of the land is covered with snow. However, in the spring, we get old leaves, we get clippings from the bushes. In the summer, we get mowing residues, and of course, in the fall, a lot of leaves. Next slide, please. So, as I said, there are several different kinds of biomasses that could be available from that point of view. And if you look at the the composition, then yes, they do have much less cellulose, which is the main source for biofuel production normally. However, they also have a smaller amount of hemicellulose, which usually is one of the reasons why cellulose is not so readily available for enzymatic biodegradation. Next slide, please. So we looked at Tartu city, which is a very small city compared to Indian cities, of course, but is still quite a good case study. It is more or less exactly 100,000 people, and from that small city, we are at the moment about 4,500 tons of greening waste is collected from public green areas. And those are only the dark green areas that you can see on the map here. Next slide, please. However, this is actually only 1/4 of the green areas that are available. There are also private gardens, parks, graveyards in our case, which are more or less the same as park, and also lots of avenues and streets that are have trees surrounding them. So next slide, please. So if you look again at the map, then all the light green areas are the ones that I was talking about now, the private gardens. But if you look at the map, there are also some semi-light areas along the river, which are actually semi-natural grasslands, which are also in the middle of the city and are mowed every year all the time, but which the hay from which is not gathered at all. So next slide, please. So there are two most available already technologically ways to go producing biofuels, one of which is biomethane production, the other one is bioethanol production. Next slide, please. And if you use the biomethane production route, then you can cover about half of the fuel that is going for public transportation at the moment in Tartu city. Next slide, please. If we go through the bioethanol route, then next slide, then we can cover almost the whole fuel need for public transportation. From the energy point of view, bioethanol production is more advantageous, but it also requires higher energetical input. Next slide, please. So we looked at the bigger picture, looked at the different ways what kind of materials are actually formed during the bioethanol production, and looked where we could maybe create additional points of revenue, both energetically and monetarily. Next slide, please. So if we combine, next slide, please. So if you look at the different production side streams, both liquid and solid, then there are energetical value to practically every stage. And the interesting part here is that the eventual solid part that is left after hydrolysis still has a very even better methane yield than just pre-treated material. Also, the leftover liquid fraction after the ethanol removal has relatively high biomethane production potential. Next slide, please. So if we use the liquid fraction after the fermentation or after the distillation and the solid fraction after the fermentation for biogas production, then we can add quite a lot of additional energy to the process. Next slide, please. And if we look at now the combined energy availability, then it actually covers twice the fuel need that is required for the public transportation in the Tartu city. Next slide, please. So, to conclude, using the urban greening waste, which at the moment is just collected and discarded, is actually can be a useful resource for the city. The one very good point about this is that city already has existing collection system, which means that it is easily accessible resource. And we have shown that the sequential processing actually allows for much higher energy output than just one or the other. So from the city point of view, it would make quite a bit of sense to actually gather this resource and make use of it. Next slide, please. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the work here. And this is my group and my university. Today, this is actually last year's group picture. This year, we actually have already another postdoc from India and 4 more students, postdoctoral students from India. So now almost half of our group is from India. Thank you very much again. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much, Professor. There's been one question from Professor Sandeep. Do you have any industrial partner to take this biorefinery at large scale, or city is taking it, or is the city taking it further?
At the moment, we are actually have talked about this not with the city. City, of course, yes, is interesting, but they don't really have much monetary availability for this kind of investments. But we have talked about this with the local waste management enterprise, which is dealing with bio-waste anyway, but at the moment they are just burning it. But in their case, their leaves and material like that is just discarded, but they are using branches and more waste that is more like woody biomass.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the last talk, which is given by Dr. K. Sankaran. He's received his doctorate in engineering sciences from ETH Zurich and master's from Karlsruhe in Germany, and a joint executive master's in organizational development and leadership from Wharton School, Columbia, INSEAD, and London Business School. He's a CEO of Radical Innovations Group, a clean energy and circular economy infrastructure development company in Vaasa. He is an established industrialist and entrepreneur with several years of track record in energy, transport, utilities, infrastructure, manufacturing, recycling industries. He has served in various operational leadership roles in industries, World Economic Forum and European Commission in more than 16 countries and 4 continents. He is nominated by the Government of Finland for the prestigious 2020 Mission Innovation Champion Award, a global recognition for clean energy innovation. I'm glad to welcome Dr. K. Shankaran.
Thank you. Namaskaram, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good day for everyone, wherever you are from. I'm going to talk about circular economy from a different perspective. As the title says, about the challenges and opportunities. We're a company based in Vaasa in Finland, and the origin of the company started back in Switzerland, in my hometown in Zurich in 2014. So the development of the company started from a garage venture to becoming one of the most promising SMEs in the region. So we have been working in the domain of clean and circular economy. I say clean and circular economy because, as you will see, whatever is clean is not necessarily circular, and whatever is circular not necessarily means clean. And that's where the biggest challenges and opportunities are. And that's the main crux of my talk is going to be. Next slide. So to give you a background, so this is the origin of the whole backings on which the development has come up with the World Economic Forum, working in the industry, and also with the European Commission. I do have a visiting professorship in the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, where I do have research and development related to this area as well. So next slide. So I'm going to start with the basis on which the current paradigm or the current narrative of waste management is looked at by various countries. I'm not going to address the technical challenges. Other speakers have already talked about it. They talked a lot about where circular economy is great and how it can work. But I'm looking at it from a very, very practical point of view, because my clients are countries. So, for example, we are working with Irish renewable energy and decarbonization initiative with the Environmental Protection Agency, or Scottish government, or with the Welsh government, or with the Nordics like Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So when we talk about circular economy, people always talk about these nice things about what we can do. And one of the speakers also said there is actually no waste in circular economy. Yes, in theoretically speaking, yes, there is no waste in circular economy. But the reality is there are waste, and not everything is considered as a valuable material, because the very paradigm in which the waste management today works is based on collection and then and acting on what is being collected. So one of the 3 ways is mainly used. Of course, we talk about the linear economy, which is the most common ones in many of the developing and underdeveloped countries, where collecting of the material and then the material goes into dump or thrown into ocean or water bodies, and they surface here and there and then become a bigger issue later on, and we talk about it a lot. Many countries in the Western world, particularly in the Nordic context, people started using waste to energy as a term to call it as circular economy. We collect something, we kind of burn it and get energy out of it. Now, I'm not saying everybody is doing that, but predominantly that has been the paradigm when people talked about circular economy. Because actually there is no way to know what is being collected and what amount of being collected is being reused or being produced into something valuable. So most of the things end up into either the linear pathway or the gray zone pathway, which we call it as waste to energy. Of course, waste to energy, there's a lot of debate about it, whether it should be done or not. And I'm part of the European Commission's delegates on this particular domain, developing new policies and new regulations about when we should use waste to energy pathway. But predominantly circular economy, we talk about the 3 distinct pathways. One is the downgrading pathway, the closed loop recycling pathway, and upgrading pathway. Of course, I use the word closed loop recycling just to say a PET bottle becomes a PET bottle, or a glass becomes a glass, or rubber becomes the same rubber and goes into production later on. So that's what I mean by closed loop. What I mean by downgrading, I think it'll be clear. A PET bottle becomes, let's say, material for building roads, or being used for some other lower purposes, not necessarily for the original purpose it was intended to be. And of course, upgrading is of course a possibility, because upgrading meaning that you start with a material with a per unit price, which is something, let's say X dollars or X euros, and then you're able to create much valuable, much more precious material out of it. That's what is called as upgrading. So circular economy, predominantly we want to go in that area, but unfortunately most often what we see is it goes into the gray zone area or into the linear area. Linear area, we try to hide it under the carpet, but it is biggest case. I've been working with the government of India. I used to be a visiting professor also in the IIT Bombay. We have been working with 7 different states in different parts of the country. We see many of the things what we call as more greener, more better ways doesn't counteract into it, and many of the well-intended actions end up creating consequences which we don't know. Next slide. So predominantly what I'm going to focus on is in the next 5-10 minutes is to talk about where are the important challenges when we talk about circular economy. When can we really make circular economy a reality? When can circular economy become the thing what it is, what everybody is talking about? That it can create more valuable material. There is no waste in the economy. It can create new job opportunities, so on and so forth. But for that to happen, we have to look into the 5 dimensions of the challenges. Let me start with the basic idea of the feedstock and supply chain security. Okay. So one of the biggest challenge here is we have been talking to at least 5 to 10 manufacturers who are raw material manufacturers and also original equipment manufacturers who use a lot of materials, say for example plastic. One of the reasons why they don't go for recycled plastics, although there is a push for it now from the policy point of view, is the lack of guarantee or the trust in the material what they are procuring. So a recycled material, the quality of the material is a big question mark. The grade of the material, the properties of the material, everything boils down to the quality of the material, and also the supply chain stability of the material. Can I procure this material in a long term? If having worked in global operations for big corporations, what we normally do is when we try to produce a material and we look for a supplier, normally what we do is we do 3 steps of procurer's qualification. The first part is called as a limited release, where we ask them to send in, let's say, 1 ton of the material, and then we try to evaluate the material. We do pretty much quality assurance on every part of the material and then make sure that they are good. And then we do a limited release where we don't do a quality assurance on every product, but we do it on a statistical basis, and then we do a full release. So from the point of view, from the starting point of the limited trial release to limited release to full release, it will be anywhere between 2 to 5 years. That's what the supply chain aspect of developing a procurer or a supplier. So if you look at that time frame, 2 to 5 years period, most of the suppliers go bankrupt. Some of the suppliers don't have the basis on which they can really supply the material, because if you look into the supply chain industry, particularly the feedstock supply chain industry, they are foot to mouth. The cash flow is very tight. So supply chain security is a very, very important aspect. A very important aspect. If it is not properly addressed, how is the material going to be recycled? What is the stability of that source? Can we get the reliably this much amount of source over a period of time? What is the probability that the supply will be of good quality, so on and so forth? So the next aspect, what I wanted to look at is supply chain innovation. It's the other side of innovation, which is you can do only to a certain extent where you can innovate, and after that there's no point in moving forward with that. So the supply chain security and supply chain innovation are very connected aspect, and it plays a big part. The other aspect is understanding the market. When you talk about the market for circular economy products, it all boils down to 2 things. One, yes, cost is an important factor, but more than the cost, the importance is the quality and the perceived the perceived good of the product what you're buying. Gone are the days where you have a plastic cup in your hand, you feel guilty that you're using this use and throw plastic cup, and then somebody brings a nice container next to you, and then that container says hug me and throw it on me or whatever. You feel good that you're putting the cup in the right place, and the cup is getting recycled. But oftentimes the cup doesn't get recycled. I don't want to name the country. There are many countries in Europe where most of the things what they collect, that doesn't get recycled in the country. It gets shipped out of the country. And when it gets shipped out of the country, you don't know, away from eyes, away from mind, you don't know what is going on. Most often it gets sent out to countries where there are no regulations or lack of regulations, so you don't know what is going on. So the market is very much going to control how is the perceived good of the material that I am buying, and secondly, the price of the material and the quality of the material. And then the aspect of the stakeholder cooperation. So when you talk about any raw material, whether it is plastics or glass, or I think glass is much more nicely managed, and also metals are nicely managed. Mostly plastics, if you look at plastics, the stakeholder engagement becomes a very, very important building block. What I mean by stakeholder engagement is the direction between the waste collectors to waste segregators, and the raw material manufacturers, and the original equipment manufacturers, and the consumer, that whole cycle. And if those cycles are not properly addressed, circular economy is a distant reality. We cannot really think about it. And we see a lot of examples of it. There are some examples where we are strategically moving from strength to strength, but in certain raw material streams, we are moving from strength to weakness, weakness to weakness. So it's a very important challenge is to look at what is the building block of the stakeholder. Of course, last but not the least, but the most important one is going to be the regulation and policies. As I said, Europe, to a larger extent, is trying to come to terms with many of the well-intended policies, which resulted in very much unintended consequences. So the question is, how do you really control the nature of the material that you bring onto market, you put on the market? I mean, of course, there are now new rules coming into play, and in some countries it's already in place, but in some countries it's going to come. If you don't recycle, you don't have access to market, that kind of mentality. So that means a company that is going to bring a material into the market, whether it is plastic or whatever material it is, they have to take ownership of the material to recycle it, at least to a part of it. So that means part of their product that they are going to use in their new products should be recycled. So that kind of regulation puts a different kind of mindset into the people to make circular economy active. I wanted to spend a long time in this slide, but I think with the view of the slides, we'll go to the next one. Next slide, please. So I'm going to now explain you about what we are currently doing as a company. We are one of the very small players, but very important players in the domain of digital circular economy. In fact, that is also for the reason we have been nominated, and currently we have been also shortlisted for the Nordic Energy Prize. We didn't win it yet, but we have been shortlisted, is to look at digitalization of the circular economy landscape. So what I mean by digitalization is right from the point of view of a material coming into use. So let's say we start with a material that is starting to come into use, and that material has a kind of a tag to it, whether it's a digital tag or marker tag, which you can scan it and use it. That tag is going to be used on various processes in which the whole thing is going. One of the main lack in current society is we have strategically destroyed one of the most important building block of our society, which is the repair, reuse, and repurpose. Gone are the days when you have a footwear which is torn. You go to a shoe repair wala and you try to get it fixed. You hardly do that nowadays. That's a use and throw culture. In Europe, you don't see it. It's more expensive to go and repair it than to buy it from a shop. So the repair, reuse, and repurpose is a very important building block, and it's also a block where we can create new job opportunities. It's not the high-end, fancy titled job opportunities, but it is a very important pillar to the point where we are going to have the opportunity to use the materials that are going to come into the market can be reused with slight repairs. That building block is happening. I see more often that kind of thing happening in the electronic industry, but with respect to the other goods and other raw materials, it's lacking. And so when a material goes into the repair, we are able to tag that material and we understand where this material was produced from, what it was a usage, and how it is getting reused, and then we can track the whole process. But the most important thing is when it comes out of the whole useful pathway, that is the pathway from use to repair, reuse, and repurpose. And from there on, we are able to understand how to better segregate the material, how to find out which material are the right material to go to the waste to energy pathway. Having said that waste to energy is something we should avoid, but there is of course a particular stream of material where we have to depend on waste to energy, and that material has to be properly segregated, collected and segregated. And then comes the aspect of creating the recycled pathway and waste segregation pathway and the closed loop recycling pathway, and then again the whole loop. So we have conceptually built the model, and we are now testing the first prototypes of the digital thing. This entire digital thing is based on 2 building blocks, which I will explain you in the next slide. Next slide, please. So if you think about a plastic segregation pathway, the reference to the paper is given on the link above. You will see that the conventional plastic recycling is mechanical and more manual intensive process. So what we have been working on is with some of the recycling agencies, we have been testing the concepts now. So to use IoT-based tools and sensors to actually segregate the material based on their digital signatures and also their material chemical signatures. For example, if you use the sensors which are far infrared or visual sensors, you are able to segregate them based on their color, size, shape, and also chemical composition. For example, the terahertz sensors or the infrared sensors have a very peculiar digital signature on some of the plastic materials, not all of the materials, but some of the materials. So we are able to segregate them in a nice way. And next slide. So what happens is essentially you are able to use multi-sensor driven systems and the combination of the blockchain network to basically split them into different streams and then try to guide them through different pathways, which is the most efficient and most cost effective pathway for the segregator. Because some of the segregators might say, I wanted to send it out for upgrading process because I get better rate of return for my product per kilogram or per unit price. But sometimes they have to weigh in between the demand versus the logistic cost or the inventory cost. So sometimes they can plan between different pathways. So we have been testing this idea, and the whole concept of the blockchain is the most important building block. And not only the blockchain can be used to make smart contracts between the vendors, but also we are able to do a good amount of certification about the supply and demand, specifications, quality, and approval. So then the buyers or the raw material buyers can be guaranteed that the material what they are getting is for the right specification they wanted. So far, this has not been done in this scale. We have been testing waters with this in the Irish Republic of Ireland. We have completed a base study, a big study there on the single-use and soft plastic market. We are trying to roll it out to different sectors. For example, we started with the school meal systems, and now we are going into hotels, airports, and hospitals, and to go also to different value streams, different material streams. It could be plastics, it could be glass, it could be metals, it could be precious metals, so on and so forth. But our focus is right now on the plastic stream. Next slide. I think some of you have already addressed the chemical recycling pathway. I wouldn't spend too much time. We have been testing some of the pathways for going into chemical recycling for most of the low value add plastics or mixed commingled plastics. That's what they call it in the industrial terms, to use chemical recycling pathway. We are still studying it. We are still in the early stage. We don't have much to talk about, but it's very promising. It's an area where we think we are going to invest most of our time. Next one. So when we talk about circular economy,
Dr. Sankaran, we have time
2 minutes.
limit.
Yes. Can I close it in 2 minutes? Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So when we talk about a circular economy pathway, we are mostly interested in developing this whole 360-degree view of how we are engaging with different players. So at a country level, at a municipality level, at a city level. So these are the different scenarios which we are building. Next slide. So there are some examples of also carbon recycling, which we have been working on. We have done a massive project in Finland. I can share more information about it at a later stage. Next one. So this is also about one of the circular economy of carbon capture and utilization with respect to the waste to energy plants. Next one. Yeah. So this is the last one. So our main focus right now is to go between the circular economy, blockchain, and the IoT aspect, and also understand the policy dimension. I think I've spent a lot of time explaining you about where the challenges are, and I think that's the most important crux of our work currently. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
So are there any policy or regulations for repair, reuse, and repurpose?
Yes, in fact, we have been now working on a very strategic project with the European Commission on the new policy development and advising the governments on how to bring new policies. Currently, that section, which is the last segment of the circular economy, if you don't have that segment in place, you don't have a circular economy. Everything else is a wishful thinking. So many of the countries are now trying to understand that this is a very important segment that needs to be put into place for us to complete the whole circle. And currently, the policies are in the early developmental stage. We are trying it out at local level rather than at a national level or at a EU level or forget about international level. But at this point, but currently there is no big overarching statement to say that this is what is going to be the reuse, recycle, reuse and repurpose policies for a particular value stream.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this was a nice wrap up for the circular economy to understand the challenges, and probably the research is basically oriented to focus on these final challenges, because that's when it finally enters the market. So with this, I would like to congratulate again all the speakers today, and thanks a lot for a very nice presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhya, for moderating this interesting topic on circular economy. It was great to hear inspiring talks on microbial technology, biosystems engineering, and clean energy. Once again, thank you all for your great engagement throughout the day. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Embassy of India to Finland and Estonia for organizing this event, and to Ambassador Kumar for his excellent support and engagement throughout the process, and also to support our IARFE group. Now I am glad to introduce Dr. Sarang Tombre, Research Group Manager, National Land Survey of Finland, to give closing remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to announce that we had more than 175 participants from over 5 countries registered for today's event. These included students, research scholars, professors from universities, research institutes, and industry. On behalf of the Association of Indian Academics and Researchers in Finland and Estonia, I too would like to extend my warm thank you to all the participants for making this event a big success. A special acknowledgement to the dignitaries who graced our event today. Our guest of honor, Ms. Annika Saarikko, Finnish Minister of Science and Culture, Mr. Mart Leidmetz, Secretary General of the Estonian Ministry of Education and Research, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, DST Secretary from Government of India, and Mr. Ravish Kumar, Ambassador of India to Finland and Estonia. A warm thank you to all the dignitaries. Our co-hosts, the Embassy of India and the WARM team here, thank you so much for helping us in arranging this event today. And last but not the least, we had 12 distinguished speakers and 3 respected moderators to take us through an electrifying technical program today. We had 3 sub-themes. The first was pollution prevention and remediation, sustainability, and circular economy. However, I would like to appeal to everyone to take this initial contact ahead and to establish strong research collaborations between the 3 countries. After all, that's the entire purpose of this IARFE seminar and also of the IARFE community. I would invite you to join the community on its LinkedIn page. So if you search on LinkedIn for Indian academics and researchers in Finland and Estonia, you will find our community page. I invite you to join there so that we can take this discussion ahead. As I say these concluding words, India and many other countries in the world are facing extremely difficult times due to the pandemic. Today, our thoughts are with all the people who are facing this challenge head-on. Having said this, I would like to conclude the day with a very warm goodbye and wish you a very safe 1st of May. Thank you.